Wow, look at... Whoa, oops. Look at that, 2,000 people are watching these videos over the last day. That's amazing. Okay, lots of people have been visiting the channel. That's cool. I know there's something I've forgotten. What have I forgotten? That's the thing. That's every episode begins this way. Okay. Audio looks fine. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again, today we are going to attempt to recreate another artwork by another one of my favorite artists. Today's artist could be the greatest of all. We'll talk about the mystery surrounding the creation of this work. Was it a divinely created work, created by God himself, or herself, or themselves? Or was it by a young indigenous man who painted the painting and never received proper credit for it? We probably will never know, but it is one of the greatest mysteries in all of art. It's a story I had never heard of before I started putting together today's episode. It's super fascinating. This artwork we're going to be talking about, Our Lady of Guadalupe from 1531. Is one of the most legendary artworks of all time. Here's a little bit of information about it before we get going here. We'll talk about the whole story of its creation. I've got a number of different versions of this image that I've tried to present here so we can see how it might appear. Here's, for instance, there's the Pope blessing the painting, touching it. But anyway, I don't want to get too far in here because we're just getting started. In a moment, we're going to talk about how difficult today's painting is, and if it's something you want to attempt, we're going to talk about all the materials required. So if you've never seen me before, we'll go over how we can get this painting started, because we're going to do it all step by step without any edits. You'll see me hopefully make this painting right the first time and not have to do too many fixes or creative problem solving as we go. We'll talk about getting the image on the canvas. I'll talk about an image transfer process. It'll make it a lot easier than just sketching it out on your own. We'll talk about the story behind the creation of this artwork, the artist's biography. Who is the artist who created this work? Because that is something that's been in dispute for 500 plus years. And then we're going to start working on the painting itself, and depending on how you want to produce it, you know, it's probably going to be about a good 5-hour long session. So strap yourself in, get yourself some nice warm tea, get the tea kettle going, because we are going to be here for a while working on this one. Okay. Oops. So, maybe just quickly before we completely begin here, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you see those videos when I post them as soon as possible, so you know when I'm about to go live. Again, that bell is really important there for you. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, as little as $1 or $5 to help keep the lights on, thank you to those people who've been supporting the channel for years. That's really literally the only way I keep doing this is through your generous support. So thank you to those people, those few of you who've been regular supporters. If you scan that QR code, it's going to take you to this PayPal page where you can safely, securely donate to support the channel. As always, just make sure you've got the address correct or scan that QR code that was on the screen. If you want to support the channel with a couple bucks via an e-transfer or a check in the mail or a money order, you can contact me through my email. My email's on the Facebook group, which is the first link there below, and on my website. All of those links are below. I don't put it here because I get bombarded with spam constantly. But I encourage you to, at the very least, join our Facebook group, because on Sunday, so a couple days from today, we're going to be doing our next free bonus feedback session where I go through everything on our Facebook group. And whether it's today's painting, the drawings we did over the last few days, a painting, one of the 400 other paintings we've done over the years, or even the free drawing course I did here on YouTube 5 years ago. Literally the most popular thing I've ever done. Millions of people have done it. I still give people free feedback on how to improve their drawing. So if you want to participate in that, you've got a couple days to get your stuff up onto the Facebook group. And there's Barbara in the chat. Hi, Michael. Hope you had a great Christmas. Yes, absolutely. Santa was good to all of us. I'm wearing my new pants that Santa gave me right now, and new Santa socks. So, yes, very excited to be back here. Hope everyone had a great Christmas. Thank you, Barbara. Okay. I saw that. Thank you, Barbara. I appreciate your constant support. You've been one of the best. I really appreciate it, Barbara. And not only a great support of the channel, but a great artist. It's been so amazing seeing your development over the years. That's so cool. What a blessing. You know, I get literally more out of these episodes than anybody else. So by virtue of such a beautiful community of people, and you're one of the highlights of it. Thank you, Barbara. Let's talk about the scale of difficulty. How difficult is today's painting? Is this something that you want to try doing? Well, I don't want to discourage anybody from trying to do this painting, but I think it's worth just checking in as to what level this painting might be at and where you might be, and deciding whether this is something that you feel confident trying. So here's the scale. We begin with beginner, novice, intermediate, advanced, and master. So the beginner is someone who's never seen me before, probably never even painted before, or maybe painted 20 years ago in elementary school. I would say today's painting would be pretty tricky. You could try it, but I would have very low expectations. Very, very low expectations. Because one of the things I'm really big on is helping build your confidence up. So if you're a beginner, you try doing this, you've never painted before, I don't want you to get discouraged and never paint ever again. There are plenty of beginner episodes in the Dropbox, which we'll talk about here in a moment, that you can download and paint from. If you're a novice painter, novice is someone who's maybe done the first few episodes of my painting course here, understands a little bit about what I'm talking about when I'm talking about color, and knows how to mix some of the color wheel. You could certainly attempt this painting. Again, I think it might be kind of frustrating, and I believe painting should be fun, right? However, having said that, if you're a novice painter and you're feeling like you're ready to take the next step, this could be the painting for you. Just take your time. That's what I would say. Take your time. It's not a rush. It could be something that takes multiple painting sessions, so just keep that in mind. So I've classified today's painting as an intermediate level artwork, and intermediate is quite a broad range of skill levels. It could be somebody who's painted maybe a dozen paintings with me before, has some experience previous to coming to this class. It could be somebody who's been painting for 20 years and it feels like they've got a certain level of skill, technical ability. I think they might find today's painting a bit of a challenge, but a pleasurable challenge. Now, if you're a more advanced artist, and perhaps you're even making your own artwork, you're doing commissions, you're creating images inspired by your own imagination or from photographs you've taken, I think today's painting should be quite, I wouldn't say easy, but definitely achievable. And of course, if you're a master, like the person who created today's painting, then you shouldn't have any problem at all. You should be able to do it magically, miraculously, as many of the people who have seen this painting believe it to have been done. And we'll talk all about that as we go. So again, today's painting, I would say, is an intermediate level artwork. Barbara says, "Thanks, Michael. I couldn't have done it without you." Oh, I'm sure it looked like you've been destined to make great artwork this whole time, Barbara. I have full confidence. Okay, let's talk now about the materials required to make today's painting. Now, I've done an entire hour-and-a-half long episode going into great depth about all the different materials, where to get them, how much to pay for them, and all that kind of stuff. I've consolidated most of that information into a PDF, which you can download from this link here. It's literally, if you scan this QR code or enter in that web address, the very first folder at the top that you'll see contains a PDF that you can download. You can print at home. I think it's like a 12-page PDF, double-sided, or maybe 6 pages double-sided, so 12 pages in total, something like that. And it's pretty exhaustive. It talks about everything you need to get started. You could take it with you to an art supply store, look at it on your phone while you're looking at all the paints. You could print it out at your printer at home, whatever. And again, you do not have to give me any information. You can do this totally anonymously. I'll have no idea that you downloaded it. So whoever you are out there watching in the world right now, there's no obligation to contribute anything. Everything's totally free, totally anonymous. So if you're the most famous person on earth right now, a president or prime minister, and you wanted to start painting, but you're afraid that no one will know. No one will know. It's totally anonymous. Having said that, I'll just go through this and just show you some information just very quickly. So we're going to be painting with acrylic paint on, or at least I'm going to be painting on a 9x12 sized canvas board or canvas panel. I'll talk about how I prep that as we go here. Are we going to use any of this material? Well, I did use some white acrylic gesso after I opened it and sanded it down. That would probably make your life a little bit easier. Next thing, I really put this information in here purely for myself because I think it's important to have some rags handy to clean up the inevitable mess that will happen if you're not prepared to clean up the mess. It's just the law of painting that if you're ready for a mess, you will have no mess. If you're not ready, you will have a disaster. So having some old rags, t-shirts that you cut up. By the way, if you cut up old t-shirts, what I do is I cut them up and then I put them through the laundry again so that all the extra little pieces of fiber have come off. Because you don't want that that powderous kind of fiber getting all over your artwork and getting into the paint. Sarah says, "Hi, Michael. Good to see you're back. It's been a while." Likewise. Thank you, Sarah. Good to see you in the chat. So we're about to use what's called a split primary palette. I didn't invent this concept, but I'm definitely on a mission to popularize it and make it more widely known by people around the world. I think this should be literally one of the first things that a person should learn. Like literally while you're learning the alphabet, I think you should be learning this method to paint. I think every single person, if everybody knew how to mix colors like this, the amount of people expressing themselves creatively, visually would I mean, it would be like an evolutionary leap forward in human culture. So I just think it simplifies the creative process, the painting process, the color mixing process radically. So I'll go through this. Essentially, instead of using just one yellow, one red, and one blue as the as maybe many artists do, as maybe your inkjet printer at home uses, we're going to use 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues. We've split the primary colors in half into their warm and cool components. We're also going to use some white, and I'm going to show you how to mix your own black. So I have a tube of black paint, but I almost never use it because I like to mix my own colors. And we'll talk about why and how and all that. So this really focuses on color temperature. Every color is either warm or cool, meaning that you can have warm yellows and cool yellows, warm reds and cool blues. Warm reds and warm reds and cool reds, warm blues and cool blues, right? And the importance of this is that warm colors have the appearance of advancing forward, of coming towards the viewer in the foreground, versus cool colors appear to recede. It's just the way that the human optical interface works. And so if you follow this approach, you can create a lot of depth in a painting, even if you're making an abstract painting. If you use these colors, you get what's called like the push-pull effect, where 2 colors might sort of vibrate and move in space. They might push or pull forward, right? So I think this is a great way of people learning how to create the illusion of depth in a painting. Mr. Arda says, the OG, first time seeing you live. Thank you, my friend. I love that. The OG. That's awesome. Thank you, my friend. Thanks for tuning in and saying hello. Okay, another reason why using color temperature, emphasizing color temperature is important, is it can also help you mix the colors you want. Because all you have to do is ask yourself, where is the color in the picture I'm looking at? Is it something in the background? And if so, then you know, okay, I'm going to use my 3 cool colors to mix that color, because cool color's in the background. Is it something, however, in the foreground, close to me as the viewer? Right, then it's going to be my 3 warm colors I'm going to use to create that color, or mix to create that color. And if it's somewhere in between, it's going to be a combination of warm and cool colors. Right, just think of like a campfire. The closer you are to the fire, the warmer it is. The further you get from the campfire, the colder you get. All right, so we can use these principles to help create a lot of depth in our paintings. I'm just going to go quickly through the colors I'm about to use here. Now, I'm not sponsored by anybody. No company has ever given me a penny or a paintbrush or dab of paint. Never once. So this is purely my actual authentic recommendation. That personally, I think these Amsterdam brand of paint are kind of the perfect balance between price and quality. Now, you can certainly spend more money on paint. For instance, if you want to buy golden paints, you're going to spend about 3 times the price for half or less than half of the paint. It's higher quality, meaning there's more pigment in there, and the pigment's maybe a better quality, but most people are not going to notice the difference. So that's why I recommend the Amsterdam. Now, there's lots of other brands you can use. I haven't used all of these brands, but this is just me going on the various different company websites, looking at the colors, and doing my best guess as to what colors I think will work. And you'll notice that many of these color names repeat over and over because the concepts we're talking about aren't new to anybody. People have been using this approach to painting for 1,000 years. And it's also quite notable that if you go to an art supply store and you look at those big jugs, big, 2-liter pails of paint, they're almost always the exact colors that we're using in class, because lots of people know that if I want to create this color temperature effects that we're about to do, then we're going to need a lot of paint, so they buy them in bulk. Now, there are a few brands here I do not recommend because both myself and people as part of our community have used them and have had difficulty. And that's because these paint companies, like almost every paint company, adds titanium white as a filler to their paint. The problem is that these companies put way too much white in the paint. There's white paint in here. It probably even says somewhere on the back here that there's titanium white in there, but not nearly as much as, for instance, Peebo, probably the biggest paint brand on earth. They're like the McDonald's of acrylic paint, puts way too much. And so essentially that means that we can't mix our own black with these paints because there's so much white in there that if we try mixing a black, it's going to turn out to a gray. Now, these will also create a gray, but it's going to be a really dark gray. If you want actual black, then you can use actual black. But I like to think of using black as like the fire extinguisher of colors. You only want to use it in case of absolute emergency, that you feel like your blacks aren't black enough, then use some actual black. But I like to use color that's got some nuance. I like my black colors to have a little bit of color to them. Okay. Hope that makes sense. Let's get to our next step here. Tea time. Nothing like a fresh sip of tea. Mr. Arda says, apparently I was not subscribed. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm glad that you've subscribed. I hope it is okay to use the chat to chat, actually. Much respect. Absolutely. Chat away. I will do my best to answer questions as they come through the chat. I've had my students, my university students sometimes pop in the chat like, hey, I've tried emailing you 5 times and I haven't got a response. Because I tell them, like, hey, if you got a question, feel free to tune into my chats. Let me know. Ask me that question, because I get so many emails. I'm bombarded by emails that this is sort of like my open studio time. I'm a captive audience. Next step here is I want to do our image transfer. Now, I mentioned before that I did a very, very popular free drawing course here on YouTube that has been seen by millions of people. So if you want to learn how to draw this image from scratch, then watch one of those, or watch the whole course, and you'll be able to draw this effortlessly. However, this is a painting class, not a drawing class. So what I want to do is show you how to just get directly to the painting process, to skip over the drawing, so that you can feel confident that you're starting off on a pretty solid ground here. So in order to find today's image, right, so in fact I'll show you here. So there's the original image as it appears in Mexico City. Here's an outline that I did. I traced, and just for full transparency, I've got 2 versions of this. You'll see one. Look at just the only difference is the outer, this halo effect here. I've done another one where I kind of cleaned it up a little bit, which for some people I'm sure could be very offensive. That's why I put both of them here. You'll see where you can download them. So let's show you where you can download these. So if you go to the Dropbox link here, there's a link in the description below. You can scan that and it will take you to, it's going to look like this. Right, and at the very top there, that's the supply guide I mentioned. You can open that up. There's a PDF. In fact, I'll just show you here. You can see there's the downloadable supply guide there. The next few are how to paint the color wheel, color temperature, value scale. And then there's, I don't know, 400 folders for different artists from around the world. Albrecht Dürer, Modigliani, Andy Warhol, Claude Monet, Diego Rivera, Emily Carr, Eva Gonzalez, Franz Marc. I mean, there's Leonardo da Vinci. Where's Leo? Leonardo da Vinci. Mona Lisa's in here. But we are looking for Our Lady of Guadalupe. And you'll notice pretty much every other image is listed by the first name, last name of the artist. Today's is just the name of the artwork itself, and we'll talk about why that is as we get into the story behind this artwork. But anyway, here's your outlines. There's the one that I'm going to use, And here's one that more closely resembles the original with that slightly different outline of the halo effect. And then you'll see a whole bunch of different versions of the image that I've tried to layer over top of one another so they're all virtually the same. And so you can use, depending on how closely you want to go back to the original, or if you want something that's got a little bit more brighter colors, you can download, like number 5 is like that. So all of those resources are there, totally free, totally anonymous. Feel free to use them however you like. Okay, so let's get into the process of transferring this image. So after you download the free outline that I did, I used Procreate on my iPad Pro, and I just traced over top of the image. Surprisingly, it takes a lot. In fact, I started this last night, and I was like, oh yeah. And then this morning I got up, and I'm like, oh my goodness, still had a lot of work to do. So that's why today's episode is running a little bit late, because, yeah, these outlines take a surprising amount of time to put together. Okay, so I'm just going to put this on the page. Where do I want to put it? I'm just debating how. So there's this little angel here on the bottom. Do I want him right like that? Do I want to leave more room up top? Or I want to just put this in the center? I think I'm going to put it. Let me just check here. I just want to. Okay, it's about the center, so it is right about in the center. I'm going to move it down ever so slightly so there's a little bit of room at the top for me to close this gap over top of her head there. And then I'll just extend the angel's body down in the wings there below. Okay, I was potentially considering shifting her over. Generally, as kind of as a compositional rule, you want to have more space in front of someone's face, because the area behind them is generally considered to be kind of dead space. Because when we look at an artwork, we almost always look at the eyes, if there's a person in there, and then look at where the subject's eyes are looking at. So we tend to want to have more space here because our attention is probably less likely to go into this area. So yeah, you know what? Maybe I will. I'm just gonna shift it over just a smidgen. A smidgen. I wonder where that word comes from. Smidgen sounds kind of Canadian. Kind of feel like that's a Canadian word. A smidgen sounds like it comes out of Newfoundland. Oh, just move it up a little smidgen there, boy. Question, Mr. Artist says, is Procreate worth the paid app, or is going free apps on the Apple Store almost as good? Great question. I don't know how much Procreate costs now. I mean, I've had it for, I don't know, 6-7 years maybe. I would say, I think when I bought it, it was like $25. It wouldn't surprise me if it's $100 now or $5. I don't really know, but if it's $25, I'd say great deal. Procreate is by far like the professional standard, disputably. I'm sure there's some people who disagree with me, but is generally considered like the standard application for drawing on the iPad. So if you're thinking about getting more serious into using a tablet to draw on, you might want to just dive right in and use the software that most professional artists are using. It's complicated, but every drawing software is kind of complicated if you've never used them before. Another one that I have used in the past that I'm pretty sure is free, or still free, there might be in-app purchases, is Sketchbook Pro. I used that for a few years before I downloaded Procreate. So, but I would suggest if money is not, if $25 it doesn't sound, isn't going to keep you from eating, I would just go right to Procreate. And you also find like pretty much every video on YouTube showing how to draw something on a tablet, I'd say 85% of them, those tutorials are about using Procreate. So it just would make your life easier rather than watching a tutorial and like, well, how do I do what they're doing with the app and then all this extra research? That would be my suggestion, is Procreate. Okay, so I've got my image on here. I should also say, so this is a 9x12 sized canvas panel, canvas board. I've just taped it on there, but usually they come like wrapped in plastic. And what I do is I take the plastic off, I give it a little sanding with some 100 grit sandpaper, because canvas is fabric. It has texture just like the texture of your sweater or your jeans. And canvas is pretty thick. I mean, it's like your backpack is probably made using canvas, pretty sturdy, thick fabric. Although painting canvas over the years has become much softer than it originally was. But anyway, like canvas tints were quite the thing. Anyway, so I sand it, and then I wipe it off gently with a damp cloth, and then I apply some white acrylic gesso over top of it, and then I let that dry. Often for me, sometimes when I flip this over, what I'm often looking for is signs of drips, because I'll apply some white acrylic gesso and then I'll just have like the tape there, and I'll put some newspaper down and the paint just drips off the edges. So sometimes I just, as a little check to myself to make sure this is one that I have gessoed, I just look for these little stains where the paint has dripped off the edges. And that tells me, oh, this is one that I've gessoed myself. That's going to help give a smooth, and then so after it's dried, I wait overnight, I sand it again with some 100 grit sandpaper, and it makes for a much smoother surface. And if we're going to do something like this with these little details, fingers and eyes, I mean, like for instance, this little angel down here is going to turn into like an emoji by the time I'm done. It's not going to have nearly as much detail as we see in the outline, but that's okay, right? It doesn't have to be. I mean, the original version of this painting is, let's just double check here. I want to make sure I get my numbers correct. You know, is almost 2 meters high, right? It's life size. We'll talk about why it's life size here. 67 inches. That's 5 foot 7 inches, right? So it's pretty much like from floor to ceiling. I'm 6 foot. So I'm 6'1" in the morning, and then I shrink over the day. So it's a little bit shorter than me, right? That can't be possible. Well, I guess 1 meter. How big is a meter? I don't know. I should know that being a Canadian, but I get so confused with these different measurements. Okay, let's... Oh, sorry, I was looking at this, trying to find the scale. Yeah, that's the scale I was looking at. Okay, blah, 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 Michael, let's get working. This is why these episodes take 5 hours. Chatty, chat. Okay, so I'm just looking at this carbon paper. Notice how, maybe it's hard to see, but you can use these over and over again, right? And they still have carbon or graphite to come off. I think I'm going to use, it doesn't have to be a brand new one. Yeah, maybe let's use a brand new one. Why not? The reason why is there's some fine detail here around those eyes and stuff, and if I'm using a piece of carbon paper that has been used before, sometimes the carbon has already been rubbed off, and it can make it a little bit tricky. So I'm just going to go right to a full brand new one here. Viper says, hello, Viper. I like the name, Viper. Okay. Okay. I'm just contemplating how I want to create today's painting. How do I want to do this background? Okay, it's a good idea after having done a few lines is just to double check that your lines are indeed going down to the surface. I've seen people trace for like half an hour, peel it, and then realize, whoa, how come there's no image on my canvas or my paper? What have I done wrong? Only to realize the carbon paper was upside down and all of the image has just been transferred to the back side of this page. So learn from the mistakes of hundreds of other people. So I'm just okay. I think I'm going to draw every second line here. That way it could simplify the painting process, but also because I don't have as many lines to paint, but also painting all of those lines with a little brush can be pretty tricky, even for an experienced artist. So the less of them, maybe the better. And if I feel confident, I can always go back and add the line in between the lines. And you'll notice I started here, worked my way, and now I'm going back this way so I don't end up like, right up at the top I've got two lines side by side. All the other ones are nice and equally spaced. Having said that, what are the chances, do you think, right now I've already made a mistake? I'd say 50-50. I'd say 50-50 that when I peel this off, I'll go like, oh, Michael, how did you make such a stupid mistake? I just take it for granted that I'm going to make some kind of mistake all the time. Oh, look at that. Look at that, equally spaced. Oh my goodness. You surprise me every day, Michael. Here I was thinking that you were just going to do a terrible job. Now we have painted Mary before. We did one, maybe it was this time last year, by the great Raphael. But that one, she was holding the baby Jesus in her arms, versus this one, it's just her by herself. So if you feel like your painting needs Mary's, then you could paint that one instead. Sorry, if you feel your painting needs a little Jesus. Okay, so all these little features on her face, that's pretty tricky to do. Let's just... So same thing with these little hands. This could be an area where you might want to use something like Posca pens to paint it. Again, I don't want to be a broken record, but just remember that the original painting here is life size, right? So there's, here we're making a painting that is much smaller than the original. So the likelihood that we're going to make a masterpiece that is as good as the original, that might have literally been painted by God himself, is basically zero, right? Basically zero. So we're just going to do our best. We're not only painting, you know, trying to recreate something that might have been painted by God, but we're painting the painting at, I don't know, 1/10 the size roughly of the original. Now I didn't go around the edges. I think I'll like these areas on the edge of her cloak here. I think I'll do. Do I want to do that now? It's hard to say. Okay, we got the moon down here. The iconography in this painting is absolutely fascinating. There's also a lot of detail on her robe as well, like fine detailing of a rose pattern, which you'll see is noticeably absent in my version here. I was contemplating maybe doing another version after this episode airs. It's got all the detail in there. Viper says, I know this is random, but I started drawing about a year ago with your beginner course, and I still have those perspective drawings with me. I now do digital painting, and I've come a long way, so thank you. That's so cool. I love it. I love that you started drawing and Now you've gone to use your tablet or drawing digitally. That's so cool. I mean, I think we all have our gifts and ways that we can contribute to the world, and this is maybe the thing that I have been fortunate to have, is this ability to make artwork, and I see it as a responsibility to share everything I've learned with the world, and with hopes that it might inspire people to do more positive things with their lives. So hearing that just totally makes my day. I'm so excited. Okay. Yeah, this little angel, I don't know. I was really, even up until this morning, contemplating just removing him entirely. And then it's like, well, but there's a reason why whoever painted this painting put it there. And if this painting was created by God, him or her themselves, you know, I don't really want to be doing too much editing from his artwork, lest a lightning bolt comes and knocks me down, right? Okay, so I'm just going over this, seeing is there any major lines that are absent. You know what, I'm gonna do this outlining here. Feel like maybe that could help later on if I'm confused at all as to where these go. Doesn't hurt. It's an extra second or two, but okay, I think that's probably good enough. Christina says, hey everyone, my printer's giving some weird errors, so I'm attempting to freehand the sketch. Woo. That takes some courage, Christina. I applaud your dedication, though. That's awesome. I would also say, you know, sometimes if you're having problems I've printed sometimes these out, and there's little, I've run out of ink, and there's stripes and stuff. Remember, you're probably just going to toss the outline in the trash afterwards, so don't worry about having the prettiest looking outline there. Delara Sarta says, I am Mr. Artist's sister, and I just walked in his room and he was watching you. He recommended your channel as I'm just getting into drawing. I'm looking forward to learning from you. That's cool. That's great. Well, it sounds like your brother knows you should listen to your brother more. I think he knows has some pretty smart ideas. That's great. And Nerdio says, hey man, I'm an A-level student. Before starting my college, I learned art from you. One thing I can say, your videos are truly amazing. Never stop uploading. Oh, that is so cool. Wow, that's great. A-level. That's English, I think, right? Or British. A levels. I think is that like our grade 12 high school, I think, here in North America. Either way, I'm very, very appreciative. Christine says, one man's courage is another person's masochism. That's pretty funny. Yeah, sometimes it definitely seems that way, doesn't it? Like, sometimes I ask myself, how is this? Am I being really courageous or just very foolhardy? Such as what I'm trying to do right now. Because I'm just... You know what? Okay, because what I'm thinking about doing is when I paint my background, I'm worried about overlapping, losing these edges. But if that happens... So I was thinking about maybe I could do this thing and this could wrap around, and then when I'm ready, I can flip it back and try doing the transfer process. I think, though, if I do... Maybe it is wise to... It's one of these things where I'm like, yeah, no, I'll be able to do it, no problem. And then I think, those are words one later regrets, where they're like, you know, you had an opportunity to get it right, and you said, I don't need that, I'm good enough, don't need that, so let's I feel like if I do this, I won't have any problem, and I won't need this at all. If I don't do this, I'm going to regret it and be like, oh, I knew it! I knew I should have done this! Why didn't I do it? I'm so stupid. What was I thinking? Tempting fate here. Right? I think if you're kind of like, I'm not really sure what he's doing, then that's kind of like a little bit what's going on in my own brain right now. But ideally, you'll be like, well, I have no idea what he was up to, and he had no idea what he was up to, and what he's doing right now has no use. So anyway, I'm just out of an abundance of caution doing that so that I can paint it and then perhaps flip this back over top and retrace my lines, and they should be in reasonably good shape there. All right. It's not quite. Let's see. Okay, I think it's close enough, as my grandfather used to say. Or, as he really used to say, good enough for government work. Nerdio says, yep, in the UK, level A level is equivalent to American high school grade 12. Okay, that's what I thought. I'm going to double check there. Okay. Are we ready to move on? Oh, look, it's Bunny, my good old friend. We went to college together way back in the, I think it was the late 16th century. We were fellow students together. It was a few years ago, 15th, 16th century. I don't know. It's been a few years since we were in college together. Nice to see you again, my friend. Okay. So the next step we're going to do here, or at least I'm going to do, is called the Imprimatura. It's a priming layer, or literally known as the first layer of paint. It's an Italian word that means the prime layer, the first layer of paint. So I will say, however, that it's 100% certain that there was no Imprimatura on this painting. I'm still just going to follow my typical process, but I think it's just worth pointing out, just for transparency's sake, right at the beginning. And it is one of the interesting features of this work. But for those of you who've never heard of an Imprimatura is a stain that an artist might apply over the surface of the painting before they start painting. This was a traditional painting practice for, I don't know, 600-700 years. Artists have all of the Ninja Turtles, except Donatello, because he was a sculptor, Leonardo, Raphael, Michelangelo, all learned about Imprimatura, used in Imprimatura. So I'm going to do that as well. So what I typically do here is I'm going to take a little bit of my warm yellow right out of the tube. Now I like to use warm yellow. That's just kind of my own personal kind of trademark kind of approach that I've come to over the years. But it's definitely a little bit different. Like, for instance, Leonardo da Vinci would have used a bit more of a brownish Imprimatura. And we can see that from some of the unfinished paintings that he left behind. We can see the Imprimatura kind of showing through. On the other side, another artist who at one point was working just down the hall from Leonardo was Michelangelo, who used a green Imprimatura. So it just goes to show that there's, throughout history, wide disagreement about this step, the process, what it's for, what color should be used. So I think it's just worth keeping that in mind, is that nobody disagrees more about art and how to make art and what art's about and who it should be for and all those other questions than artists themselves. So pretty much every generation of artists is rebelling against the previous generation. So that's basically the story of art, at least in the West. So if you feel like this is stupid, I'm not going to do that, that's a waste of time, then congratulations, you are officially an artist. Artists are generally the most disagreeable people on earth, and I count myself as one of those difficult persons. So okay, so I like getting the edges of my painting. That's just kind of something I've been doing ever since I was in college with my old friend Bunny there. There's LGM. Hi, Michael. Glad to see you back. And Nerdico says, bye-bye, man. I have to cram for maths. Good luck. Good luck on your tests. Okay, so I'm just going to brush this here. I might even have a bit of an excess amount of paint, so one of the things I'm just going to do is just go over top of this painting This is really the only time I ever use water when I'm painting with acrylic. There's no law saying you can't use water with acrylic, but just keep in mind that we clean our brushes, clean the acrylic off our brushes with water. So water is going to start to dissolve the binder, the glue that keeps the paint together. So the more water you're adding to acrylic paint, the more it's going to break down. So obviously the question would be then, well, why on earth would we use it on as literally the first layer of a painting? Isn't that going to undermine the whole surface? And the answer is, that would be very smart of you to say. But technically what an Imprimatura is it's not really painting so much as staining the surface. What we're doing is we're trying to get the color to soak into the gesso, and gesso is essentially just like plaster powder mixed with white acrylic. So it's going to absorb water really well. So we're it's like staining wood, right? If you've got old furniture that you're refinishing, you might want to stain it to preserve the wood grain as opposed to painting it, which could completely obliterate the wood grain. All right, you got old furniture. If you painted it, your grandfather might be horrified. Right? Or what Larry David would say is, you don't respect wood. If you've seen that Curb Your Enthusiasm episode where someone puts a glass down on a coffee table without a oh my goodness, what is it? Something that you put a coffee mug on I keep thinking of ashtray, but it's certainly not an ashtray. It's drive me crazy when I can't think of a word. Okay. Is it not an ashtray? I keep thinking of a tea cozy. It's not a tea cozy. It's a coaster. It's a coaster. The $1 million word. Okay, I'm going to blow dry this. Okay. Now's one of those stages where I'm trying to think what to do next. Christina says, well, my sketch is looking like that botched Jesus fresco. I may have to put a pin in this one, LOL. Another option would be to take like a piece of like wax paper or tracing paper, put it on top of your television screen or computer screen, tablet, and then very carefully trace that image onto the wax paper, like tape the wax paper down, put the original image on the screen and trace it that way. Just make sure if you're using a Sharpie or something, it doesn't go through and then leave an outline of a Sharpie on your screen. Or if you're using a ballpoint pen, you don't want to press too hard and crack your computer screen or something. But that is another option to kind of get that image maybe a little bit more accurate than just trying to trace it. Okay. Now, how do I want to go forward here? I'm just contemplating. Do I want to put a color over top of my Imprimatura? I'm wondering about mixing a color like this gray and painting it across the background. What's the best way? What's the best way? What's the best way? I mean, that color sort of is kind of in everything, right? So if I just paint the background, I can see some of that color in her face. Oh, I'm glad that might work for you, Christina. Good. Let me know how it works. Take some pictures of the process, too. Post it to the Facebook group. It'd be cool for people to see you doing that. If it works out. If it doesn't work out, that's also a good learning experience, too, right? Okay. Let's mix that color. Let's do it. And then if it doesn't work out, then that's a good learning experience for everybody watching, right? Okay, so let's put some colors on the palette. Okay. A little more than expected. Not too bad, though. Okay, I got all my colors on the palette here. I'm gonna need some white as well. Glazing fluid, matte medium. Put some more white while I'm getting started. So one thing, this is a different brand, obviously. White is one of those colors where I don't have any worry about substituting the color. Don't worry about it being perfectly clean because I'm going to put color in here afterwards, but I'm going to get rid of the majority of that yellow. And let's put that right up there. So you're making a bit of a mess. That's why it's good to have all these rags around. Okay. Let's mix a black now. So what I did here is I took my warm red, my cool yellow, and my cool blue. If I mix my cool yellow and cool blue together, I'm going to get a bright green. Right, so that color would exist over here. And then if I add my warm red to that color, which is the exact opposite, then it's going to cancel each other out and turn into black. Now, just looking at the amount of paint I have here, I've got a lot of blue, less red, and even less yellow. So if I mix these colors together, I anticipate this color existing kind of around here. I want them to be right in the middle. I'm anticipating them being about here. So technically I need a little bit more yellow and red to pull this color into the middle. So it's going to have a bit of a purplish quality. Having said that, if I look at the original here, that gray has a kind of brownish purple vibe to it. So if it is slightly purple, that's okay. If I feel like it's not, if it's too purple, then I'm going to add more yellow and more red there to balance it out. But I don't mind if that color exists a little bit off center. So let's just mix this up so you can see. Some people prefer to use a palette knife for this. I just like using paint brushes. When I used to paint a lot with oil paint, and I used glass to mix as my palette. And in that instance, I really liked having a using a palette knife, because I could really scrape and get every last little bit of paint and get really thoroughly mixed. That's pretty good. Now, sometimes the one thing though is when we do this, it's like, I don't know, it looks dark, but I can't really tell what color that is. So one thing we can do is just take that color, put it somewhere. Let's try to clean this brush off as much as possible. Notice I wiped all that excess paint off onto a rag before cleaning it in the water. That's going to make sure my water doesn't just go black instantly. I can paint for the rest of today's episode with this water, even though it's a little bit cloudy. It's not like I'm going to be drinking from it. Okay, now I'm going to take this white. Let's get all of it. I think I'm going to mix this together. And so this color does have a little bit of a slightly purpley gray to it. Which, once again, if I look at the original, so let's go here. So I think I need a little bit more. Okay, this is good. I am worried, however, about running out of paint. I don't want to run out halfway through painting, because I'm going to paint over the entire background. I'm going to basically cover the entire picture again. I don't want to run out halfway through. And also, if something tragic should happen throughout the process, and I need to do a touch-up in the background, I want to have a little bit of extra to work with. Now, this paint is very watery, very fluid-like, so I'm a little unsure as to how transparent or opaque it's going to be. I'm going to add some matte medium. This is just clear acrylic paint. It's literally what's in all of these colors before they put the pigment in, the color. So I'm going to add... Whoa! That's too much. I was going to say add about half and half. That's a lot. That's going to make this really transparent. That's too much, I think. What is... There's something in here. What is this? I'm going to do a little test here. How transparent is this? Yeah, let's put a bit more white back in here. So putting more white back in here should make this more opaque again. I have a feeling this is not going to be opaque enough, and I might have to do 2 layers of it. But I'd kind of rather do 2 layers than do 1 layer and it being way too opaque. Right? Then I'm kind of then I'm, you know, it's better just to take your time rather than try to do it all at once, and so that's what I'm going to do here. Okay, so we're going to get our image here again after all of that. I know this sounds kind of crazy because it's like, why didn't I just paint directly on the white? It's personally an idiosyncratic approach of my own that I know seems kind of absurd, but this is... Every artist has their own bizarre approaches, methods. So a lot of yellow is showing through here. Having said that, also my pencil lines are showing through really well. So I think I'm going to end up doing a second layer of this, which also has the added benefit it's going to make this the canvas just smoother, because all of this paint is filling in the weave of the canvas. One thing though, just to keep in mind, is I got to do this kind of quickly. I often find that matte medium speeds up the drying time. I can already see it kind of seizing up in a few places, and when that starts to happen, it's almost like if you've left milk out on the kitchen counter overnight and the next morning it's got a little skin. What can happen is if it starts to dry, I can kind of just pull it and you get this kind of ripple effect, which I really don't like. So I'm going to quickly blow dry this. Okay, I'm going to do that again. I'm going to put a second layer over top of this. That's why it's great. I've got so much extra paint. Oh, that looks great. Okay, perfect. Now again, it's more opaque, so I want to do this quickly, get the paint on, and then I'm going to try to spread it out because it's definitely causing the original image to kind of disappear a bit. Oh, it's disappearing a lot. Okay. That means let's get a rag out here. Well, this might not work out very well at all. The original image has almost entirely disappeared. It's possible though that as I blow dry it, she'll make an appearance again. It's not Okay. Most of my lines have evaporated completely. I'm surprised. I was expecting that second layer to be more transparent than it is. I could try to wipe a bit off, but because of that, it's drying so quickly, that could lead to a disaster. So I'd rather have a smooth surface and do the transfer again than try to fix this. Oh, the best laid plans. Hey, well, that didn't work out so great. I mean, let's just look at them side by side. I mean, I kind of like this color. I like this purple. I gotta be careful touching these edges. They're still very wet. But pretty much all of my lines have disappeared. I mean, I can, if I look very closely, I can see them, but like, I can kind of just see the outer areas of her. I'm just contemplating in my mind right now, what would be the best way to go forward? Do I want to retrace this whole outline? I might have to. I mean, in this instance, having left this taped to the other side is going to seem like a very, very smart idea. I do, however, want this to dry as completely as possible. I mean, I do see it starting to kind of reappear, actually. Oh, wow. I'm sure that's not coming up on camera, but even just as I'm looking at it, it's becoming way more transparent. The face is still not quite it. That's kind of interesting. Well, you know what? I'm going to maybe just, before I panic and do anything, let's just sort of set it to the side. I'm going to clean my brush. I'm moving out of the way because the last thing I need is to splatter water all over that thing. Paula says, what happened to the layout? Only white paint. Yeah. Well, I thought that that my paint was transparent enough that I could get away with 2 coats, but apparently 1 coat was. I feel like this is like the Goldilocks and the 3 Bears, right? 1 coat, not opaque enough. 2 coats, way too opaque. So, but that's you never know until you've got it. Okay. I think what I'm going to do is let this dry. Yeah, I mean, it's coming through, but it's still not maybe to the level I'd like. I'm probably going to have to retrace this. Okay, while I'm just, I'm going to run to the potty, and then I'm going to come back and see. And maybe I'm just going to get some fresh water here while we're doing this. So maybe I was going to put this back up on the screen. I'll be right back. I was hoping there'd be some Marian apparition divinely reappearing through the paint, but apparently I am not a saint. If I was a saint, maybe that would have appeared to me, but I think this is the Lord's way of reminding me of my impotence and mortality here. Wow, that's a frustrating... Okay, well, I want this to be as dry as possible before I put my lines back on here again. Now this time I'm actually going to use a piece of carbon paper that's had a bit more use, because I don't want these lines to be as dark. I want to be very careful with this. In fact, so one of the things that I'm worried about is if I now that I start pressing on the carbon paper here, I don't want the carbon to go on my background layer. I want to be very careful with that. So that's why I put this piece of paper underneath, so that I'm not resting my hand on it. So, you know, this is kind of frustrating for this to happen. But, you know, it's also part of the creative process. Things rarely go as expected. Barbara says, this is what makes this show so compelling. Seeing you puzzle it out, don't give up. That's exactly what I love to watch. It gives me hope. Thanks. Thank you, Barbara. I appreciate that. Well, honestly, that is part of one of my goals, too, is, a lot of the stuff I've seen is shows people creating these things perfectly from scratch, never running into problems, and it looks like they're divinely created. No struggle whatsoever. And I think it gives people the impression, the idea that a good artist never makes any mistakes. It just comes out perfectly the first time. And I think that sort of gives people unrealistic expectations that mistakes are something that a good artist will never encounter, because they're just going to be so good that it just appears flawlessly. And we're even going to talk a little bit about some potential mistakes in this piece, which for some people is, a big no-no. Because that would suggest that maybe even God himself could make a mistake. So, I don't know. We can talk about that as we get there. But yeah, it's important to me that people recognize that mistakes are just a natural part of the creative process. Okay, I think it's probably not going to get much better than that. Good enough. Let's move on. The one thing I don't like about this having had to do this is that this can be kind of smudgy if I'm not careful. I can kind of smudge those lines, because after all, it's just pure graphite that's now on the surface and can be kind of a little bit delicate. So it does make me a little bit anxious, especially if I'm using like a white to paint in areas that I might pick up some of this pigment and incorporate it into my colors. But, you know, it's workplace hazard, I suppose. I love it. Barbara says, I have a little collection of failures. I keep thinking I'll go back and fix them one day, but I never do. You know, sometimes it's good to have those around, that you could go back and touch up or fix up. Sometimes it's good to have them around just as potentially something you could paint over top of or experiment or play with, because you're like, well, I don't like this one, I was going to throw it out, or I don't know what to do with it. You know, maybe I'm just going to have some fun with it, or let my kids play with it and paint on it, and as opposed to just, again, throwing it out. It's possible you might go... I generally am, however, of the mind of, rather than trying to fix it, if it's been a while, is try to do a new version of it and see if you can kind of do it better from the start. It's a little bit, you know, I like food, I like cooking, and it's kind of the same sort of thing, right? It's like if you were making some cookies and you realize you put in too much sugar, which most people would say is not a problem, but let's say you did, and then you're like, what should I do? Well, maybe, you know, okay, maybe I'm gonna add, you know, the equal amount of the other ingredient. I'm gonna put in 1/3 of more eggs and 1/3 more flour, and I'm gonna try to like rebalance it out. I mean, it's possible that you could save that mixture of cookie dough, and it could turn out perfect. It might even be better. But it's also probably, at the end of the day, easier to just, you know, bake those cookies. And again, you might find, oh, actually, why was I so worried about it? They're perfect. Or just to start again and make a new batch. And then you've got twice as many cookies. Right? You can always give away the cookies that you don't like to somebody else. Take them to work, give them to your coworkers. Of course, you don't want to put your name on it, because you don't want anybody to know how bad their cookie cooking is. Cookie cooking. This is my way of dealing with frustration, is just to have more tea. Like, well, if I have an extra couple sips of tea, all the problems will surely evaporate, right? How did that happen? What I need, what I should have asked Santa for, is like a little mini garbage. That's what I need at my desk here. A little mini garbage. Okay. Oh yeah, I think I'm back on track after all of that. I mean, one of the reasons why that happened is me experimenting with some paint. That white paint I just got, that big jug, way more opaque than I expected it to be. I thought because it was a little bit more transparent, like more fluid-like, that it would be actually surprisingly transparent, and turned out to be really opaque. That's very surprising. Okay, while I recover from kind of a disappointment along the way here, let's take a moment just to talk about the history behind today's painting and talk about the disputed authorship of it. Who or what created today's painting? Is this a divinely inspired painting, or was it painted by just a lowly human being? Right? So, maybe quick little shout out to the Facebook group. For every one of these episodes, I write a biography or a history of the artwork as I put my research together. So that's all there if you want to read that and get a little bit of a head start on the discussion. Okay. So Our Lady of Guadalupe is what is known as a Marian apparition, meaning that it's a divine apparition of the Virgin Mary. Or, according to some people, that's what it is. Other people consider it to be a forgery or a fake or a hoax. We'll probably never know. Having said that, there has been a surprisingly high amount of scientific examination, study of this painting, and it, according to those people, it seems that many of the things that we would look for in a typical painting, such as like the pigments and the brush strokes, are very unusual and lend credence to the idea that this isn't just a painting created by a normal person, but something of much more divine origin. So it's a kind of a fascinating story. I'm surprised I didn't know the story behind this work, because this particular image that we're about to paint today is very widely known. I mean, it does look like a lot of paintings of the Virgin Mary, this woman with a shawl with her hands in prayer, but especially some of the details on her cloak and her clothing, as well as the crescent moon and the angel holding her up below, this very particular kind of ray of divine light emanating from what is argued to be her pregnant belly inside. People note that the color appears brightest around the center, not around her head, but actually around the center where her pregnant stomach is. Of course, Jesus being inside her explains why the center of the painting is most radiant. But yes, just some very unusual aspects to this artwork we'll get into here. I'm not sure I can do a very faithful retelling of the whole story, but I just might need to see some names here to make sure I've got the... So according to the story, this whole thing takes place over the course of like a week or so in what is now known as Mexico City, northern Mexico City. In fact, let's just take a quick look at a map here. So this is where the Basilica of Saint Mary is. Let's just zoom out. Okay, so we have, let's go even further here. We got Canada. I'm all the way over here. Here's the United States. These are all from various episodes we've looked at, places where people lived and worked. You can see I got to do some more stuff with South America here, don't we? We got to look at so many of those countries below there I think have been underrepresented. Anyway, there's the country of Mexico. And then here is the center of, or the capital of Mexico is Mexico City itself. We have done a bunch of episodes on Mexican artists, Diego Rivera, Frida Kahlo, and so forth. But this particular story takes, so a lot of that is kind of in the center here. This at one point was definitely a way on the outskirts of town. There was this little hill, Tepeyac Hill. So this whole area is on is elevated over top of the majority of the rest of Mexico City. And maybe let's go back to the Wikipedia page. So there is this. I'm trying to remember how old he was. I think I've read that he was about in his 51 or 57 years old. This indigenous man, Juan Diego, was caring for his sick uncle, Juan Bernardino. Juan Bernardino was ill, and so he's sort of going back and forth trying to help him. And he keeps kind of between where he lives and where Juan Bernardino lived is this hill. And each time he crosses the hill, he has these encounters with the Virgin Mary, who appears before him. If I recall, the first time the Virgin Mary appears kind of floating on the top of the hill, of course he's quite shocked and surprised, right? And the Virgin Mary talks to him like a child, calls him, I think, Juanito or Juanito, which I think is like a kind of like young one, and appears to like talks to him not as a child in a condescending way, but in a motherly fashion, and is like, and speaks to him in his own native language, which is also very important to this whole concept, is that the Virgin Mary appears to him not only speaking his native language, his indigenous language, but also appears like other indigenous people with the same sort of complexion, facial features, rather than, you know, the way that the Virgin Mary is sort of depicted in European art as this very fair-skinned Caucasian woman. She appears as an indigenous person herself, and we'll get into some of those details as we go, like the way her hair is unbraided is, for instance, a sign of was kind of uncommon with indigenous people, particularly virgin women, and her being of kind of lower stature, lower, I don't want to say lower class, but not, essentially braided hair would have been something that was more common for a woman of means, and also of maybe a mother herself. So the fact that her hair is kind of unkempt and not braided at all is a sign too that she's sort of a regular person. And so the Virgin Mary appears to him and says, like, Juan Diego, what I want you to do is build a church, or is it a church or a cathedral? Not a cathedral, a chapel, I think. A chapel on this spot. And of course he's like, sure, that sounds, I'm kind of, whatever, yes, I will do that. So he kind of rushes to the local bishop and says, I just saw the Virgin Mary, like, on the top of the hill there, and she told me we need to build a chapel on the spot. And the bishop looks at this, you know, the bishop being a kind of a Spanish, well-educated Spaniard, kind of looks at him like, you're just some lowly, you know, farmer from the countryside, an indigenous man. Like, why would I, like, yeah, whatever. You know, like, go away. Next day, he crosses the path and he meets the Virgin Mary again, and the Virgin Mary is like, you've got to tell the bishop we need to build a chapel here. And so he goes back to the bishop again, and the bishop is like, "You again? I told you, like, you crazy guy, get away." And so he tells the man, like, "Okay, sure, whatever. You've claimed to have seen the Virgin Mary. Well, you know what? I'm going to need you to provide me some kind of proof, because I'm not just going to take your word for it that you saw the Virgin Mary floating on the top of the hill and then go and spend all these resources building a chapel in its place. Like, prove it to me, right? And if she's so special, she'll certainly give you some sort of proof." And he's like, "Okay." So then the next day, he's rushing to help his uncle Juan Bernardino again. And this time, he's like, my uncle is like literally on his deathbed, about to die. You know what? This time I'm going to go take a little bit of a different route. So maybe, I'll deal with the Virgin Mary. Some other time I gotta help my uncle. And lo and behold, he goes in a different direction, and once again, the Virgin Mary appears to him floating in the air, or slightly above off the ground, I believe, kind of like what we see here. Actually, this is not the image I'm looking for. And he sees the Virgin Mary. He's like, "Great to see you. Could we chat again? Could we chat again tomorrow? I gotta go help my uncle. He's about to die." And the Virgin Mary is like, "Don't worry. I've got him. He's going to be fine. I keep contacting you because I want you to build a chapel on the top of this hill." And Juan Diego is like, "Yes, but I keep doing what you tell me to do. I go talk to the bishop," and the bishop is like, "Whatever, dude." Like, he says he wants some sort of proof. So the Virgin Mary is like, "Oh, okay, I'll give you some proof. Well, what I want you to do is go and pick some roses and bring them to the bishop." And this is middle of December. This is literally the winter solstice. And the guy, Juan Diego's like, "It's the middle of winter. It's literally the coldest day of the year. That's why I'm wearing this big, heavy cloak, because it's freezing cold," right? Like, in fact, let's speed this process up because I am freezing right now. And the Virgin Mary's like, "If you go to the top of the hill there, you'll see some roses." So he's like, "Okay, whatever." So he goes up to the top of the hill. Lo and behold, there is some, I can't remember the name of the flower. It's a, I think a Catalan, like from Catalan, Spain, rose that is not indigenous to the area. So the fact that there's roses, a whole field of blooming roses in the middle of a field that are never seen in this part of the world, is just astounding. So, and I've read different accounts. The Virgin Mary helps pick them, or picks them for him, or he picks them himself. But Juan Diego, whatever he does, he gets down and he picks as many roses as possible, puts them in his cloak. And again, I've seen different things where he takes his cloak off, puts it on the ground, puts the roses in. Some say he kind of just takes the cloak, puts them in there, and kind of wraps it up and carries them this way, thinking like, this is going to blow away that bishop. When I show up with fresh roses that are only found on the other side of the world where the bishop is from, his mind is going to blow. He's going to be very impressed. This should put him over the top. So he comes back to where the bishop is, and I'm not sure if this is how this image, but he shows up there to the bishop and says, like, "I've got proof. Look at this." And he opens up his cloak. The roses fall to the ground, and not only that, on the front of his cloak is the image in question for today. This painting, if you consider it a painting, the image is now emblazoned on the front of his cloak, glowing in front of the bishop, who falls to his knees, recognizing that he is witnessing a true miracle, and obviously now fully believes the young Juan Diego, and immediately sets about building this chapel on the top of the hill in honor of the Virgin Mary herself. Subsequently, this image becomes one of the most powerful Christian images in the world, but particularly in Central and South America. In Mexico, it's, over the next few years, according to the story, 9 million people convert to Catholicism purely as a result of this image. This image is brought around and shown to people who are just, gobsmacked by this beautiful divine picture. I've never seen anything like it. It has some of the... maybe let's get into some of the details here. I'm not going to go through all of this, but one of the remarkable things about this artwork is it's a kind of hybrid of European, kind of late Gothic, early Renaissance techniques and styles and iconography, as well as a blend of local indigenous techniques, iconography, materials. So it is this hybridization of two different cultures and creative stylistic techniques that come together into one artwork, so that it contains imagery that is recognizable to anyone, any Christian person. The Spaniards who are in Mexico City, the bishop obviously recognizes the Virgin Mary, and the composition is very similar to things that he would have seen back in Spain. But many of the other little details are very specific to indigenous culture in the Mexico City area. Okay, so for instance, one of the things that are particularly unique is that the cloak, or tilma as it's called, the tilma that Juan Diego was wearing was made out of cactus, like agave, the agave plant. And so it's essentially kind of like woven strips of the plant, right? The agave plant, a lot of like truly authentic Mexican tequila is made with the same sort of plant, like the juice that's... And when I was down in Mexico City on our honeymoon there, we went to an actual authentic Mexican tequila distillery. Is it even technically tequila? I have to remember. Anyway, but they're showing the whole process of taking the fresh agave plant and then extracting the juice from it. And I imagine after the juice has been extracted, they take the plant and they can dry the fiber and then weave it together to create clothing. However, according to the stories, that type of material is very transient in that it will only last somewhere between 10 to 15 years. and then it'll break down very, very quickly. So it's a very common, cheap material that would have been used by people in this area, but it was also known for not lasting very long. So it was sort of like the H&M clothing of its time, right? It's going to last a couple of seasons, and then the holes are going to start falling up, and it's going to fall apart, and then, you know, it's that fast fashion. That's what Juan Diego was wearing. So one of the things that people say that is just on if nothing else, that is miraculous about this is that the material that the image is, quote, painted on, which has survived now for more than 500 years, is a miracle in of itself. The fact that it didn't break down. Apparently there were 2 other versions of this that were commissioned by the church immediately afterwards to help spread the gospel of this image, and just a decade after they were painted, they completely fell apart and turned to dust and have since disappeared. And so that just the fact that the tilma, the cloak of Juan Diego's, has lasted 500 years is a miracle. Not only that, is that, you know, Mexico City is a very hot, humid climate, which would further cause this type of material to get mold and bacteria, to decay very quickly. And yet for the majority of its history, it was hung totally exposed, the elements, not behind glass at all. People would come up and touch it. People breathing on it. It's in cathedrals where there's candle wax blowing, you know, or candle wax, and also the smoke from candles, that soot that is often causes damages artwork. It was totally exposed to all these different kinds of elements which could degrade it, has survived. In fact, at one point in the 1700s, when it finally was behind glass, somebody was trying to clean the glass and spilt some kind of acidic compound on the top right. I don't know if it's shown here, but if you watch videos, you can see that these kind of streaks here is some kind of acidic fluid which dripped behind the glass, and and of course everyone was immediately concerned the whole thing would just, you know, completely dissolve. But not only did it not dissolve, but even areas where it went over top of the colors didn't change the color. So even, again, there's another thing people are like, how did it survive the acid? Like, that surely would have destroyed this very, very sensitive, delicate fabric. And then in the 1921, the government, there was, you know, a series of revolutions and civil wars in Mexico, but the government at the time was trying to suppress the Catholic faith, and there was a government agent who was sent to destroy this artwork because of its power, placed a bomb right below it, and there's videos, images online, you can see, put a bomb there, some dynamite, it exploded, destroyed kind of the altar, all the marble around it was shattered. But this, even behind the glass, miraculously survived that. The glass didn't even shatter in front of it. So another thing, people are just like, how is it possible that somebody put a bomb right below it and it came away completely unscathed while everything else around it was destroyed? Right? So there's a number of these kind of just mind-boggling circumstances that surround just the material itself. Another thing that is quite spectacular about this image is, let me see here, let's just put some other images on the screen while I talk about it. So again, just keep in mind that the whole thing is my height, right? This is human size. So the image of the Virgin Mary is life size, just to give you an idea of how the scale of this artwork. And I don't really have any images here, but what's kind of wild is that now there's we'll look at the chapel that it's, the cathedral, basilica that it's in now, is there's a sort of like moving walkway, kind of like at the airport, that moves right below so people can get pretty close to it, look up at it, and as they go by they can take pictures, and then they so there's kind of like a platform underneath the, what would you call it, the altar, the pulpit where the bishop would stand, right? There's the Pope blessing it and touching it. One thing I was kind of surprised is that they didn't take the glass off for the Pope. You would think when the Pope comes to see this that they would take the glass off and let him hold and touch the real thing. But I guess even even the Pope is not allowed to touch the real thing itself. But again, that helps give you an idea of the scale of this artwork. It's also, as I was putting this together, I was trying to figure out, there is these, I think these might be on the glass itself. It's hard to say. You can see these kind of like stamps or writing on there. If we look closely, it looks like there's some sort of something of authenticity. Esta image on copia. Oh, so this might be, does this mean this is a copy of the original? Maybe that's what that means? I was having a hard time figuring out what these are, because I doubt that they would have just printed that on the original. And we see that the Pope himself, the version of the original that he's touching here, does not have any inscriptions on it. So again, this image is widely reproduced, and you can see there's lots of other cathedrals and churches that have versions of this image they've reproduced. Another thing that is kind of wild is we can see there's this seam that runs right down the middle and through the center of the image. Many of the other versions have it kind of like photoshopped out. Here, however, it's maybe a little bit easier to see. There's an actual seam, or two different pieces of fabric were hand stitched together. And there's videos where you can see up close what that looks like. Which again leads credence to the authenticity, because if you were, I suppose, going to try to fake this, you would probably try to do it without putting a seam right through the middle of the picture, right? I suppose you would try to put the seam on the edge, or just have one large piece of fabric, as opposed to having the seam right through the center. There is also apparently some sort of lump in the original material right on her bottom lip, which again would be kind of the very last thing you would want to do if you were organizing your picture, thinking, where am I going to put the face of the Virgin Mary? You probably would not. You would probably, at the very least, flip it around or use a different piece of fabric rather than painting her face right over top of that lump. But some people say that's the fact that that lump is right there where her lip is, giving it some kind of texture and volume, is evidence of it being divinely inspired, because only God, him or herself, would do such a thing, would have the foresight to do that. Let's look at some of the. Okay, you can go deep with this image. There's also these stars on the cloak. There's lots of images and video just showing how all of these stars line up with the exact constellations that would have been above the sky the day that Juan Diego saw that this image appeared to him and was divinely etched onto his cloak. It's hard to see, like, to me when I look at this, they all look like fairly uniform of a pattern, but if you look it up, you can see people who show how it lines up perfectly with the sky. The other thing is this pattern which is on the clothes is apparently a kind of a combination of indigenous flowers as well as the Spanish flower. I think right there is this particular four-petaled flower. We also, of quite big significance, is this crescent moon that is being kind of partly held up by this angel at the bottom. While I was putting this here, I'm like, what is this person down here? And I don't know about you, but for whatever reason, it wasn't clear to me at first until I was literally doing the outline that this is an angel, and these are the angel wings. Subsequently, there's lots of people talking about this being an angel, but it did throw me through a loop the first time. So we have this angel who is supporting the whole image, helping to hold up this crescent moon. Parts of... So, I don't know, I mean, I can go so deep into this. People talk about the great deal of significance that this image appears on the winter solstice. The previous the Aztec culture that was in Mexico before the colonization by Spain revered the sun, right? The sun god. Sun was the god. It's the literal embodiment of God to the Aztec people. And the sun lived in the moon. And so this whole idea of a solar or lunar eclipse were very important to the Aztec people who put their buildings where they are to coordinate specifically with the movement of the sun and the stars and the moon. And so this idea that she is causing this partial eclipse of the moon is also very, very significant. Gosh, what else? The fact that she's got this belt around her waist is also apparently very significant as a sign of pregnancy. That is a clue that would have been something that both Spanish colonists as well as indigenous people would have been aware of. Another thing I found very interesting watching a video this morning about the indigenous point of view on this is that often, apparently, in Aztec culture, indigenous people would like carry around an image of significance, like on a scroll or whatever, and unroll it kind of flat, and then kind of elders would meet around it, and so that it would be kind of like this oval kind of shape, and that people could kind of talk and point to different kinds of things. So the fact that it's kind of oriented with this oval shape is also of great significance to indigenous people, because it keys in on a particular way that indigenous people approached kind of religious relics and storytelling, authorship, etc. I mean, it's funny that like an image like this that just seems relatively straightforward is actually jam-packed with significance and meaning. And so for a lot of people, all of those little details also add to its complexity and its and helps authenticate it, because that level of complexity is something that most people, or people who believe that it would be beyond the ability of a so-called regular person to be able to incorporate into one picture. For instance, another thing that there's evidence you can find online is with the eyes. There is a whole bunch of research that was done. Apparently, there's belief that her eyes contain the reflection of the people in the room. When Juan Diego opened up his tilma, his cloak, and the flowers fell out, that in her eyes you can see the reflection of the bishop, that apparently 13 people gathered around witnessing this, the exact moment of this Marian apparition, and that those reflections are burned into her eyes, which again, it's, on an image like this, it's very hard to see, but if we think about like those eyes are their life size, and if we look at them very close, we might be able to see some of that. Obviously, we're not going to be painting that in our painting because of how much smaller it is. But once again, it leads to if that's at all possible, is quite hard to describe how that could be reproduced. Another thing is that this image is on it. The original agave material is kind of thin, and on the other side of the fabric is the same image, right? There's just the reversed side of it, that it's essentially imprinted on both sides. And so technically it could be displayed kind of like in the middle of a room, and you could see the image on one side and see the reversed image on the other side. You could walk all the way around it, which is, it's not unheard of for an artwork to be able to have two sides to it. Often a lot of artists did that in the past because materials supports canvas could be very expensive, so they might paint on one side, and then if they don't like it, paint on the other side, and then you've got, and sometimes artists would do that very deliberately so that a painting could have a main side and a hidden side. Like you might have one side that you hang and show to your friend or to your family and friends, and then when you got somebody, check this out, say, I'm going to take this painting off, look on the other side, look at the hidden image, don't tell anybody, put it back, right? So sometimes you might have like something on the other side, and depending on the place and the culture, sometimes that image could be a divine image, or it could be the image of the devil or something very negative, a hidden secret image, or maybe even a dirty image, right? I remember in Italy going to, I think, is it at the Uffizi? Maybe it's at the Uffizi. I remember there was one room where there's a whole bunch of naughty stuff that is only open like once a year or something. I happened to be there at the time and was allowed to go into that secret room where some of the more naughty images were displayed. And so that was also very common as well, right? It's not like people just suddenly became naughty, pervy people in the 20th century, right? People are people. So, what else? So of course, this image has also been examined quite closely by not only scientists, but artists themselves. Artists who have looked at this image up close claim to see no brushstrokes whatsoever, and examinations of the pigments show that the pigments are not local, that they were that they're maybe of unknown origin. And so, considering from in the 1530s when this image was December 12th, 1531, when this image was created, artists were sourcing pigments that were local to them. They would literally go and forage for pigments. It's possible that some pigments could have been brought from Europe to help artists, but that would not have been the main priority back in the day, is sending art materials across the ocean. So that again suggests that, wow, if these pigments are not locally sourced, well, where do they come from? Who made these pigments? So if you're of the Christian faith, then you absolutely subscribe to the belief that this was divinely inspired and created, that it is proof positive of some sort of divine intervention, that God, him or herself, emblazoned this image onto the cloak of a poor indigenous farmer in the countryside outside of Mexico City. And there's a number of everything I've been talking about seems to support that argument. On the other hand, there are some people who believe that this is nothing but an elaborate hoax that was potentially created by a relatively well-known local artist, another indigenous person. I think, is there any information here? Okay, this Aztec painter, Marcos Sipac de Aquino, who was fairly well known, well, not super well known, but well known enough that he had been commissioned to paint altars and panels for various different churches and monasteries in and around the Mexico City area. He would have been one of the very first indigenous artists working in the European method and tradition at that time, like 1531. This is, not too long after original contact with Europeans in this area, right? To think about Columbus, 1492. We're talking about this happening, a generation or two after the beginning of European colonization of North and South America, Central America. So this artist, Marcos Sipac de Aquino, was trained in a local kind of friary, Franciscan friary in the neighborhood, would have learned all about European painting techniques and iconography, and some believe that he turned that ability towards creating this image. Whether he was aware that it would be used as a claim to have been divinely painted by God himself, was he an unwitting participant in this so-called hoax? Did he make this painting and then somebody's like, great, thank you very much, and then the next day that person is claiming that this was a divine apparition? Or was he closely involved in the planning of this elaborate hoax? Of course, we'll never know the truth behind that, whether it was a hoax or not. We are not even sure that it was this artist himself. Doing research on this artist, there's not a lot of factual documentation. We know that he existed, but there is absolutely no evidence whatsoever that he created it. He just happened to be kind of one of the more well-known indigenous artists working at this time in this area. Although I was doing some research, the birth date for Marcos Sipac de Aquino is somewhere between, let's say, 1510 to 1530. If we take it for granted that this painting was created 1531, well, the idea that he potentially was 1 year old when he painted this painting might be even more miraculous than God, him or herself, painting this painting, right? If he was 15 years old, 20 years old, some say that would be about the maximum age that he could have possibly been, somewhere between 15 to 20 years old at the very most, that he created this picture, even then is seen to be like a incredible feat. That the ability to pull this off at whatever young age, whether it be 1 year old to maximum 20 years old, is absolutely astounding. Considering that there's apparently no visible brushstrokes or planning, erasure, that it happened, is in and of itself like almost unbelievable. So maybe if it was created by a human hand, maybe it wasn't Marco Supacta Aquino at all. Maybe it was some other artist that we're not aware of. One of the reasons that, again, it lends itself to the likelihood that if it was created by a human being, that it was created by an indigenous person, is many of those details I talked about earlier, where there is some like iconography, imagery that was probably only familiar to an indigenous person. I mean, we do know that this artwork was used very successfully to convert millions. Literally, apparently, over the next few years after this image was created, 9 million indigenous people in Mexico converted to Catholicism. So it was a very effective tool for that purpose. But one would wonder if this was created by a European artist, if, first of all, they would have been aware of any of those indigenous details. And even if they were aware of them, would they have included them in here? Because the likelihood is they would have probably seen anything from indigenous culture as being, like pagan blasphemy. And the idea of painting a picture with the Virgin Mary, incorporating those details in there, would be like almost treasonous, right? Like, why? But again, you could say, well, very cleverly put that in there to attract to play on the knowledge of indigenous people. I mean, if so, you're talking about a hoax that is brilliantly masterminded. So that, again, once again, leads credence to, if it was created by a person, it would be likely created by an indigenous person who had knowledge and skills of both cultures. Yeah, I don't know. It's super fascinating. So you see, this image has been repainted dozens of times. You see some of the kind of the story of this Juan Diego having the image appear to him, or I think she appears to him, I think, a few times before he actually... Okay, so here's him with the roses in the image of her, and then here's him showing the roses to the bishop with the image emblazoned right on his tilma, his cloak. One thing I found interesting is there is discussion about the crown on the Virgin Mary's head here. Apparently, some people believe that the original had a crown painted on there, but was subsequently painted out. So there have been some alterations to this work that were done over the years. The question, I suppose, being that is, if God, him or herself, painted this image, that would take a lot of courage or brazen foolhardiness to go in and alter a picture that God himself painted. You know, it reminds me of like in the Sistine Chapel in the Last Judgment painted by Michelangelo, there's all these nude figures, and at some point some artist was hired to paint little robes on everyone to cover up their bits and pieces. Michelangelo, not being a god or saint himself, that would have been seen as kind of pretty wild to go in and alter Michelangelo's painting, but still being relatively acceptable. The fact that, however, there was potentially originally a crown there that would have been divinely created by God, and then somebody painted that out, is pretty wild. That takes a whole other level of intervention, right? Okay. Maybe. I think just so really quickly before we get back to painting, I just want to kind of do a quick little summary of some of the things we've been talking about. Why I think this painting is particularly fascinating, why I wanted to paint it. Well, so let's just go back to the original here. I mean, obviously, it's December 26th today here. That's probably not when most people are going to watch this episode, but since it is yesterday, the Christmas day, making a painting of the Virgin Mary. I mean, maybe I should have done this the week before because she's still pregnant with the Christ child, and apparently this artwork was created December 12th, 1531, but it is kind of timely for that. It's also something, as I was putting together today's episode, I was looking at like kind of imagery Christmas-inspired imagery, and I was like, oh, okay, I've seen this reproduced millions of times. I used to live in Los Angeles for 12 years, and you would see candles with this image, those tall cylindrical candles with this image on the outside, and they are everywhere. Obviously, Los Angeles has a really high Latino population, and this image being kind of originally from Mexico City specifically, you see a lot of Mexican culture in Los Angeles. So, it didn't even occur to me ever once to really look into the history of this image because I thought I already knew it. So as I was doing a little bit of research, putting this together, realizing like, what? I had no idea this whole time. This image I've seen countless times, because often in Los Angeles, if there was, let's say, a car accident or some sort of murder or somebody, something tragic happening, you would see these little candles burning on the sidewalk or the side of the road or highway, and as kind of a tribute to someone who's recently passed, you would see people have these in their homes. And I would say you could tell me if I'm wrong, but the vast majority of people who even had these candles, I suspect most of them probably were not aware of the origin of this particular image. That I just assumed that this was just some Christian image that had been transported from Europe, but the whole divine Marian apparition kind of blew my mind. It kind of shocked me, the fact that I hadn't even ever once heard anybody mention it before. I don't know, maybe that says a lot more about me than anything else. I don't know. But you tell me in the chat if you've ever heard the whole story I just told about the creation of this image. Okay. So, just before we move on, just thinking about a little bit of the history here. Again, we call this a Marian apparition, or a divine apparition of the Virgin Mary, that some believe, again, was divinely created by God, him or herself. However, some people attribute this painting to Marcos Aquino, I talked about him and his life biography. As much of little as of it is well known. We don't even really know when he died. I think 1570, which would have been about the norm if he lived 1510 to 1570. That would have been kind of on the longer edge of things. So this was originally believed to have been created December 12, 1531 on Tepeyac Hill, Mexico City. There is some dispute about the date. Some people believe it could have actually happened as late as the mid-1550s. It's hard to say there. In terms of the material, so the original, so it's unknown pigment on woven ayate, which is a kind of agave cactus plant that was woven and worn as a cloak by Juan Diego, right? And how it was transferred onto that cloak is still a mystery today. Now, today resides in the Basilica of Our Lady of Guadalupe in Mexico City, Mexico. Okay, I think that's enough rambling on my part. All right, I'm sure people are like, okay, ready to paint, Michael. We're 2 hours in, almost 3 hours in, and we haven't done much painting. Oh my goodness, I still probably got about 4 hours to go on this, so, oh my goodness. Leo Jose says, hello! Hello, Leo! So, are we ready to paint? Oh my goodness. Okay, so underpainting is a step that sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Underpainting is a technique whose definition is kind of different for every artist. Some artists will combine what we did with the Imprimatura, maybe even the underdrawing, into an underpainting. They might literally just take their brush with a blank canvas and just start painting directly onto it and kind of very loosely flesh out where the composition is. Some artists do this into a bit more of a structured set in the way that I do it, but might use underpainting to quickly block in different large shapes of color. For the purpose of these episodes, however, I like to do the underpainting mostly as a way to preserve my lines so that they don't get completely hidden or covered up by subsequent layers of paint. So I think that's what I'm going to do right now. Okay, so this is this black that I mixed earlier. I'm going to put a little bit of glazing fluid. Glazing fluid is just going to help liquefy this paint because it's been about an hour since I mixed it and it's starting to kind of dry a bit. Now I'm putting glazing fluid in here as opposed to water because water is going to continue to break down this paint, and I want the paint to stay as both in fact, glazing fluid, rather than speeding up the drying time, is going to slow it down dramatically and just make it easier for me to work with. Let's go to the painting itself. So what I would do here, and in fact maybe I'm going to go back to my own outline. So I'm painting some of these lines here to help ensure that if I start painting other colors over top of them, that I'll still be able to see these facial features, that they won't get completely obliterated. And potentially, you know, depending on the way that I paint it, I can kind of just leave them there. Like if I decide I don't want to paint, put a skin tone over top of things, I could just leave it like that. This is also kind of great warm-up for doing this detail work later on. I can kind of practice a bit here. Okay, something I gotta be mindful of. And this is a good reason why having a little bit of extra background paint could be useful. Maybe should wash my hands. I've got like paint on the bottom of my hand here, which was sticking to the side of my canvas. But if something disastrous had happened, I could use this extra little bit of paint I have here to touch it up. Okay, let's go down here to the angel at the bottom. Okay, I think that's probably good enough for the moment. I mean, there's a lot of detail. I could literally outline the whole thing, but I don't know if that would be important. I'm gonna have to watch this hand of mine. Transferring little bits of dried paint on here. Let's give it a quick blow dry and then we'll move to the next step here. So, let's put that there. Jeremy says, "Hi, Mark. I've learned so much from your classes. Thank you. May your family be healthy and happy." Thank you, my friend. Thanks, Jeremy. I appreciate you tuning in to say hello. I'm very grateful that you have found those classes useful and that you've been able to learn a little bit of something from me. And it makes me feel like I've got a purpose in this world, and that if I can help other people, I feel blessed to be able to do that. So thank you. Okay, let's go to the next step here. Come on. Okay, there we go. So now that we've got a few things established here, taking us longer to get to this point than I would have maybe liked or anticipated, but we're here. We've made it. Is that I want to now establish any colors in the background and work on getting that kind of settled, maybe ideally as much as possible before I move on to the foreground. I might have to kind of bounce around a little bit back and forth, but usually I like to, because I like to kind of do cycles, start in the background, middle ground, foreground, go back to the background and work my way through a few times until I basically the painting is done. So let's just look at the painting itself. Now, there's really kind of I'm in a bit of a conundrum as to how do I want to do this. Do I want to paint all this kind of detail, the stains, that acid attack or acid accident that happened on the top right? Do I want to incorporate that? Do I want to put any discolorations there? Or do I want to go for something relatively innocuous, basically just keep it like this? What do I want to do? Do I want to do any of that? I mean, that would make it appear more, quote, authentic. Or can I just move on? What about if I just move on from the background? I think it's okay if it looks like this kind of gray that I've got here. Right? If I just put them side by side, I think it's going to be okay if I just leave it like that. I don't know if I want to do all that kind of extra. I feel like that's a bunch of busy work. Okay, so I'm going to leave it like this. Executive decision, let's leave it like that. Jeremy says, I think you should try to replicate what the artist tried to paint. You're thinking I should do the background. Well, technically that's just like the patina, as the fabric aged over time, not necessarily something that the artist tried to paint. I do definitely generally try to reproduce these works as faithful as possible. However, I feel like that is not critical to the overall painting, because then it's like, if I want to simulate the acid spill here, I feel like it's going to add an extra hour to this painting, and I'm not sure that's going to really contribute overall. Okay, so I'm going to make an executive decision. I'm just going to move on from that. Okay, so now let's do this kind of halo that's around her. Now, how do I want to do that? Now, we can see there's quite the variety of differences. I could paint something really bright and glowing, or I could paint some other version that is kind of much more subtle. Ooh, that's tricky, because I like bright artworks. I am very compelled to go towards this direction. It's the original. I think I'm gonna go in this direction. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm just gonna make an executive decision here. Is there any more? In fact, you would be surprised at how much paint is in these containers. There's definitely triple the amount of paint still here. I'm probably going to use this paint by the end of today's class, but there's no point in just having it sitting here drying, so let's just close this up for now. Realizing this painter's tape doesn't like sticking to this. Anyway, that's good enough to help slow down some of the drying. It's not airtight, but good enough. So Jeremy says, I like the bright one. Me too. Okay. Let's see. So I'm contemplating adding a little bit of gray into this. But let's say we take our white. I'm going to take my cool yellow and mix it into here. And then I'm going to paint this whole thing. And I'm going to paint right up to and even a little bit over top of my pencil lines. That way, when I paint kind of a little bit of a red outline over top of this, I don't have to worry about doing multiple layers to hide my pencil lines. This will already be somewhat buried underneath this white. So I used my regular white plus the a little bit of cool yellow. You know, it's possible after I've gotten a little bit further in this painting that I might decide, you know what, I do want to rough up the background a little bit. Maybe I do want it to be a bit more less uniform. Maybe I do want it to be a bit more wilder. So making sure I get some of this in and around the angel down there. I don't want to forget about that. Yeah, I don't know how common this image is here in Canada, but in Los Angeles, like literally, you go to a grocery store, you go to convenience store, guaranteed that you would see this image somewhere there, like on a candle that you can buy, or on a t-shirt. Like, it's so common that, you know, literally one of the most common images you would encounter down there. Like, it's one of those things that's so common that it never even occurred to me to sort of think about. Like, it's sort of like the Freemason imagery on the back of the American dollar bill. Right? Most people never even think about it because of its ubiquity. It reminds me of the story, is it Oscar Wilde? No, Edgar Allan Poe, I think. The Purloined Letter. I think that's Edgar Allan Poe, if I recall. The Purloined Letter, this letter that's stolen and used as blackmail. That the police are completely unable to find it, and this one detective tracks it down because he recognizes that it's literally just sitting on top of the mantle in the most obvious place possible, and by virtue of it being literally out in the open, it's invisible to the majority of people. That story is, I wrote about it even in my graduate thesis and for my master's degree. I always found that whole concept to be enthralling. How interesting it is. Okay. I think that's good for that stage. My goodness, I think I might have to go to the potty again. Jeremy says, this is my first time seeing this image. This is the Virgin Mary, right? Yes, this is the Virgin Mary. otherwise known as Our Lady of Guadalupe, because of so this is a very specific image of the Virgin Mary, a story which I'd never heard of before I started putting together today's episode. So it's definitely that's one of those things where I'm sure everyone, pretty much, I would imagine everybody watching this has seen this image in their periphery, but may not be aware of what it's originally from. It's definitely inspired by other images of the Virgin Mary, but very specific to Mexico. Okay, let's blow dry this. Pug says, good morning from Hong Kong. Hello, my friend. Wow, you're on the other side of the world right now. What time is it in Hong Kong right now? It's 4:30 in the afternoon, almost, here in Vancouver, Canada. Hong Kong, that's cool. So that's because you guys are ahead of us. Let me see. I bet you it is. We said good morning, so maybe it's like 10 o'clock tomorrow, I think. 10 a.m. tomorrow. Because my sister lives in Sydney, Australia. I think Sydney's a little bit further ahead than Hong Kong, right? That's wild. Okay, Michael, what should we do next? You know what? I think I'm going to have to run to the potty real quick here. Let me bring this back up side by side. Jeremy says, I'm starting to trace the outline. It's 7:30 p.m. here in Montreal. Or Montreal. Pug says it's almost 8:30. Okay. That's close. 10, what did I say? 10:30. So it's off by a couple of hours. Okay. I still got it. Now how do I want to do this next step? So I'm considering, I'm going to use glazing. Which way do I want to do this? Do I want to have I could just paint brighter yellow beams. Maybe white along this. What if I glaze some white back over? Okay, I could glaze white halfway down and then put a little bit of red, or just go right to red or orange. Which way do I want to go? This is gonna, essentially what I'm trying to think about is how complex do I want to do this? How many steps? Part of me is thinking having this yellow blend into white, which blends into orange. That would take me, and let's say, an hour from now to complete that. If instead I just go to orange, that would significantly reduce the time required. Let's do orange. Okay. So I'm going to take a bit of my cool red. I'm going to mix it into this here. So I've taken my cool red, mixed into this mixture that I used previously, a cool yellow and white. So now I've got this kind of basically a cream-like color. Now I'm going to dilute it with glazing fluid to make it more transparent. It's also, the glazing fluid has a chemical that slows the drying time down. In fact, I'm just going to wipe the excess paint off onto this rag. That way I don't have a bunch of more solid paint hidden inside those bristles. I could wash my brush, but I don't think I need to go quite that far. So I'm going to use a few different brushes here. I'm going to use another brush about the same size that's dry to do some blending. Let's move these. Let's zoom in so you can see what I'm doing up close. And I'm going to start maybe towards the bottom down here, so if I make some mistakes, it's not going to be like right up by the face where everyone's going to be looking. Okay, so let's start here. So I'm applying this here, and then I'm just going to take my brush and I'm just going to soften these edges out. So it's pretty subtle. That's kind of what I want. I want a very, very subtle transition from one color to another. Like, I mean, you could probably barely even see that on the camera there, right? I'm not sure how visible that is to people watching at home. But that's kind of what I want. I want something that's almost imperceptible for this first layer. And doing this method of, doing glazing is all about patience, taking your time. and working in smaller areas. Notice how like I start in one place and then I kind of just do a little bit of blend that out, then move to another place, rather than just going all the way around. I don't want it to dry on me before I've had an opportunity to soften out my brushstroke edges. Now I could have more orange pigment on my brush and do this, but it's going to be more visible what I've done, and this will be much less subtle of a transition of a gradient here. So this is, for instance, this is exactly the way that Leonardo da Vinci painted the Mona Lisa. Now you can do this, you can do a reasonable job of doing the same sort of thing if you were to take acrylic paint and instead of using glazing fluid to dilute it with water, but man, it's going to drive you crazy. Because water's, it's also going to dry really fast. It's going to be kind of streaky, almost sometimes, especially depending on the kind of paint used, almost see kind of a granular effect of the paint. So I can't, it's hard to tell. Like, I don't even know if you can see anything I've just done here. Now I can see it. I have this now very subtle kind of peachy color appearing on the edges. And that can be really nice to help create this glowing effect. Right, if I back out, you can see it's also started to kind of hide those sharper edges of the pencil a little bit more as I've painted over that, those lines. Okay, so what I want to do before I do anything else is I'm going to blow dry this, because I don't want to do another layer of glaze over top of semi-dry glaze. It'll just peel off like a sticker, and oh man, that is one of the most upsetting things that can happen, especially if it's like in the middle of someone's cheek or forehead. Okay, that's great. Okay, so let's go to the next level here. Let's take that same color. Yeah, we'll do another level of kind of peachy color. Let's take the same pink. Now you can see this is more pink than before. In fact, let's just take a bit more. Is that almost too much? I don't know. That's okay. Oh, oh. Okay, I'm gonna put more glazing fluid. That's gonna make it more transparent and sort of maybe counter some of the strength of that pigment. But you can see it's definitely much more visible. So this one should be more noticeable for most people when they're looking at this. They should be able to see that. Again, I'm really trying to incorporate that glazing fluid as much as possible. Just Just going to wipe off that excess paint on there. Let's do that again. I just don't want any surprise lumps of color coming out there. Okay. So we'll repeat this exercise here. Let's zoom back in. So I'm going to do the same thing, but I'm not going to go make as wide of a gradient. I'm just going to kind of try to stick to these edges here. So you got to be fast when you're doing this. You're not putzing around. So I'm basically sort of doing two of these crescent shapes at a time here. It's really important that this blending brush I'm using here is nice and dry. So you'll notice I'm just using my hand here to brush off any excess paint. The blending brush is going to start to clog up. It's going to start, because there's paint on there, it's going to start to kind of get a little bit rough and not as soft as it is now. And something to kind of just keep that in mind, because eventually I want to clean this brush and use another blending brush. Oh, there's my sister calling from Australia. Oops, that's too much paint. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry this, and I'm gonna think about what I want to do next step here. So it's really important that the glaze is dry before I glaze over top of wet glaze. I'm not sure what's happening. I'm going to hear that. So I think there was some areas here where the paint was a little bit more transparent on my initial layer. Just going back up and making that more opaque. Because I can go the opposite way. I can glaze in one direction and then I can go back in the other direction. So kind of what I'm doing right now is not glazing as much as dry brushing. I gotta be careful about overdoing this. So basically what I was doing is I felt like some of this yellow wasn't as opaque as I wanted it to be, so I wanted to kind of touch that up. Now I want to blow dry this again. Jeremy says, looks great already. Well, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate those kind words. There's not a lot that's happened here already, but I appreciate the kind words of support. Sorry, I was muted. Jeremy says, my transfer went well. I'm taking out paints. Thanks for the inspiration. I will post result to your Facebook. Yay! Awesome, Jeremy. I love it. I love that you're painting. That makes me so excited. Great, great. I can't wait to see what you've done. Excellent. Okay, I'm going to blow dry this. So it's the patience involved in doing subtle gradations of glaze rather than just trying to do it all in one. That's where people get caught up because they get impatient. They're like, I'm going to try to do it all in one go. The painting will punish you. I guarantee you. It sounds crazy, but I can just only speak from my personal experiences. The painting will be like, oh, you think you don't have to follow all the steps like everybody else, hey? Mr. Smarty Pants here. Okay, well, let's just see how well that works out for you. So I'm having a little bit of an issue right here, but rather than trying to fiddle with it, then what it means is I just gotta have to be patient, blow dry again. So unmute that. So I'm gonna clean these brushes. Try to dry them off because I want to use them again as soon as possible, but I want them to be as dry as I can get them, especially my blending brush. Because if it's wet, it's instead of blending, it's going to kind of dissolve and clean the paint off, like as if I'm restoring a painting and removing the varnish. I want them to be dry, dry, dry. That's what's good about having lots of similar sized brushes in your toolkit. that you can use for this purpose. So I don't like these lines there. That tells me I'm kind of like rushing. Okay. Let's go to which one should we get? I'm going to take my warm red, or sorry, my cool red and cool yellow. Let's make an orange. Really intense, saturated orange here. So this one doesn't have any white in it whatsoever. So it's a much stronger pigmented color. Much more vibrant or saturated. And now I'm going to go to a smaller brush to apply this glaze. Thought I had some. Okay, did I blow dry this? I think I did since last time, right? I did, right? You know, I'm just gonna double check. I'm just gonna blow dry this again because I can't remember. Okay, let's zoom in here. Let's pick up the pace a bit. Okay, let's start towards the bottom. I'm just looking at my blending brushes. I want to have that ready to do some blending. So now I got my cool yellow, cool red. So the great thing with glazing fluid too is because it's got a chemical that slows the drying time down. It allows me to do this kind of blending. It also gives me the opportunity that if I'm really unhappy with things, I've got, you know, a couple minutes or so before I can change my mind. I can easily wipe it completely away. Assuming the surface below is dry, I can just basically completely remove that mistake. Just use a little bit of slightly damp cloth. I can just wipe it right away. I often say that glazing fluid is the timid painter's best friend, because you can paint something and then change your mind and basically undo your brushstroke. You can also do very delicate, almost imperceptible modifications of color or tone, shade, by just putting very thin layers of glaze. Again, this is exactly what Leonardo da Vinci did to do the smile of the Mona Lisa. Well, the whole painting, but you know, the famous smile is just lots of layers of basically imperceptibly thin glaze. Like if kind of like how when I'm painting it and you're like, I don't even know if I can see any kind of changes happening. That's what glaze is great at. Very subtle modifications. Jeremy says, do you do these live streams on a schedule? I try to. In this coming year, 2026, I'll be much more likely to be on a schedule. I don't know exactly what it is yet, but as regular viewers, I'm sure are aware, are probably laughing right now because they're like, that's the question. That's the most frustrating thing. Is I've been, this last semester I teach at a university here in Vancouver that and I was teaching a lot, and I was teaching a class I'd never taught before, and that takes so much planning, putting together a whole new course. Turned out great, but now I can teach that class. Now I've got everything all prepped, ready to go. I can teach in my sleep. Well, not really, but that's what I like to say. Because all the planning goes into the course the first time, and then once you've got it ready to go, it kind of runs itself. But it's really exhausting putting a class together, especially because it was a longer, or not a longer, but 6-credit course, meaning it's 6 hours a week as opposed to just like a 3-hour class. And keeping a bunch of 20-year-old kids occupied for 6 hours is tricky. Okay. So that looks good. Do I want to keep going and get basically to a red on that outer edge? Let's blow dry it and think. Let's think. I think I do, but let's think. I don't know. Now, I mean, I suppose it could look cool with a bit more, instead of just going orange, goes right to red. Maybe that orange could be used for the... Well, let's take my cool red. Something smells good. Somebody's cooking something up. Okay. I think we'll do one final. Jeremy says, I would have loved to have had you as a teacher in school. Oh. Well, thank you for saying so many nice things. That's my Christmas gift. Whoa, what happened there? Computer fell asleep. Thank you for you're giving me lots of little gifts today, Jeremy. I appreciate those kind words. Okay, so let's take this. This will, I think, will be our final go around. Maybe. even as I'm doing this thing, what if I put like almost red right near the tips? Or this could be enough. I don't know. Learn my lesson just to paint and then move on and come back. If I'm not happy with it, just to leave it and then come back to it afterwards. Just trying to fix it is always a bad decision. But you know, I've been doing this for 20 years and I make this mistake probably a dozen times every painting. This is sometimes someone says, you know, I got this. Why do I need to be patient? I'm so good. I can get away with it. I don't have to do what I tell my students to do because I'm better than that. These laws don't apply to me. I'm great. I can just go back into that wet paint and I'll make it work. And the painting sits there and goes like, oh really? Oh okay, yeah, no, go right ahead. Be my guest. Just show me how great you are, Michael. I can't wait to see it. And then I do it and the painting goes, uh-oh, look who thought they were so perfect. They didn't have to wait. They could just do it with, they're so good. Uh-oh. I'm telling you, it happens every painting. So glazing in that sense it's all about patience. It's all about taking your time. One little area at a time, blending it in. And if you're patient, it really pays off. If you're someone like me who can be very impatient, the painting will put you into your place. Okay. So I really like the way that looks. Do I want to do any more? I think that orange could be good enough. The question next is these radiating beams coming out of there. I kind of feel compelled to almost use the same color. Anyway, let's blow dry it, think about it. I don't know if I'm going to do... I was going to do an extra little bit of layer of red around the edge. I think it's maybe time to move forward. I spent like a lot of time at this, just on this part, and there's still quite a lot left. So it might be good enough to move on. Let's blow dry this. So I'm thinking now about those radiating beams. I think that should be... I'm just wondering if I do my cool yellow... I just don't know if this is going to be opaque enough. Okay, how about let's take a little bit of white. Let's make a bigger batch. Take some white and a big scoop of cool yellow. So I'm putting white into this cool yellow to make it opaque so it can kind of overcome maybe some of those darker oranges. It's a little bit gummy. I'm going to put a bit of glazing fluid in there just to liquefy it a bit. Make it easier to paint with. So I think what I'm going to do here is use this paint a bunch of these beams of light, and then potentially go over and paint it again with a cool yellow that has no white in it whatsoever. Again, just notice that I'm cleaning my brushes as I go here, so that if I want to use those brushes 10 minutes from now, they are nice and dry, ready to go. Rather than like, oh, I need that brush. Now I gotta, no, now it's a little bit wet. I want it to be nice and dry. Okay, I did blow dry this just recently, right? Okay, so instinctively wiping my hands off of my pants that I just got for Christmas. Let's see if I can last 24 hours with a new pair of clothes without them getting totally dirty. Okay. So let's just do it. Let's just, no amount of pre-planning is going to make this any easier. Another benefit of using a little bit of white in this yellow is it's going to hide the pencil marks that are underneath. As I said, I'm doing every second beam of light. I'm just going to go around and do that. If I decide, you know what, I feel like I want to do all of them, then I can go back and put one of these lines in between my lines. But I'm going to see what it looks like if I go all the way around with half the amount of lines, if that's good enough. Because if it's good enough, then that's great. I can move on. And it's not, I mean, it's maybe you could say it's a bit of laziness, but it's also, since I'm working on a composition that's like 1/10 the size of the original, I want to be careful that I don't have so much going on that it just starts to look all like a big mess. One thing I'm noticing, I'm having a hard time seeing some of my lines here. Oops, none of that's on camera. Great. So now if I paint pure yellow, cool yellow back over top of these lines, they're going to really glow, because putting that white underneath helps kind of block out colors below. So they'll appear super vibrant. And I know sometimes I've seen comments, people like, oh, you're spending too much time on the background, Michael. Oh my goodness. And, you know, to a certain extent that could be true. Part of it, there's all sorts of reasons why that happens. I mean, sometimes it's, you know, perhaps out of fear, procrastination. I'm like, oh, let's just put off doing the face and the body and fingers for as long as possible. Oh gosh. And, you know, by putting it off, I can kind of develop and practice and get more warmed up to do some of those more difficult details. That's entirely possible. But I often also think about it as just like a theatrical production, or like you go see your favorite band, you go see the Rolling Stones or something. Well, yeah, maybe most of your attention is going to be on Mick Jagger dancing around out front. But Keith Richards and Charlie Watts, may he rest in peace, one of my favorite drummers of all time, Charlie Watts of the Rolling Stones. They are also the background plays a really important role in supporting the foreground, the star. Right? Without the strong background, the foreground just sort of falls apart. It needs a strong support in order to be effective. Okay, I'm going to blow dry this. I might even do a little bit of a touch up, a second pass at this, especially towards the center. And then I'm going to go and actually use pure cool yellow over top of these lines to make them look really intense. And you know, honestly, I am tempted to put a bit of that orange that I was using. That would really make them really pop if I really want them. Because that yellow, that could look kind of cool, but it'll be very subtle. So let's... let's take this orange. I'm not going to make it quite as like reddish orange. I just want a little bit. That should be good enough. Like, I think these radiating beams are really important, and if I nail that, it's going to make this painting look really cool. So it's a pain in the butt, takes some time, but if I want to make a painting I could be really proud of, why not put in an extra couple of hours, make it look super awesome. So I'm just really going to put a little bit of this orange on the bottom side, almost like a shadow on these beams. That looks good. It definitely makes them look more prominent. to be careful about overdoing it, though. Sometimes I look at it, I'm like, oh, it's not, this contrast isn't enough. I need to keep pushing and pushing. And then I'm like, whoa, whoa. After I back away, like, that's too much, too much. You know what, I better blow dry this because I'm going to paint it and I don't want my hand going over top of this side. Oh, lovely little interactions there in the chat. I love it. I love, what a great community of people. It just warms my heart every day. So now as I go this side, I'm going to paint on the other side. So previously I was painting on the bottom and kind of left. Now I'm transitioning to the right as we're going on the other side of the body here. That's going to help reinforce the idea that the light is coming from in the center rather than kind of from outside, from the left or top right or anything like that. I know it's a minor thing, but those kinds of things create almost like unconscious impressions in the viewer about what they're looking at, and it might make them feel more or less like if that light appears to be coming from the side, well then it's not coming from within her. Kind of reduces the divinity of this piece, right? It becomes, well, it's just, she's got these weird beams kind of emanating or from her body, but really the light's coming from the top left, not from her. So they're as if they're like porcupine needles popping off of her back. Okay, my glazing fluid is drying up, so let's put a bit more of that here. I'm gonna go higher up here. You know, I'm gonna blow dry this again because I don't want my hand getting on top of this. Again, I want to be careful I'm not making it too dark of an outline. I can always go back and do more and more and more later on to make them more opaque. But it's better just to take my time, do them a little bit more subtle, and then build up to an opacity that I want. Okay. So that makes them much more visible, more tangible. So I'm going to blow dry this, and I'm just going to paint pure yellow back over top of these, and that should really make this glow. We'll see. You never know. You never know. Okay. So I'm just going to take my pure cool yellow. Just make sure it's nice and focused. Okay. Now this isn't super bright. Oops. But it is brighter. I would say it's maybe like 20% more saturated. One thing is that yellow tends to be fairly transparent of a color, so I would have to do maybe 2 or 3 layers of this to really get the effect I kind of want. But I think even just, yeah, I can see it starting to kind of come through here. Oh yeah. It's also kind of like a cumulative thing. You do one, you're like, I don't know if I can really see it, but then when you see them side by side, you know, 5, 10 of these, it's like, oh yeah, that is making a difference. Okay, good. I'm also glad that I'm doing half the amount of these beams of light. I could have done them all, but I think that would really make this pretty busy. That looks cool. I wouldn't surprise me if later on, after I got most of the painting done, that I might want to come back and do a little bit more of this yellow, especially kind of towards the inner edge here. I've been muted the whole time. Okay, well, good, good, good. Okay, I think I'm ready to move on. I'm just trying to think what my next step should be. It might be to paint the skin. Okay, let's go to another step here. Okay, so we've been painting the background for the last couple of hours. I feel pretty good about that. I mean, it's hard to say whether it's totally done or not. I need to get more, I need to really start the foreground here in order to determine if the background is complete or not. Because I just don't have a brain big enough to be able to see into the future to recognize what it could look like. So let's work on the foreground. That's where the remainder really of the class should be. So the question in my mind now is what should the next step in the foreground, or the first step in the foreground, be? So there's Pug Pug. I love it. Thank you so much, my friend. So the next step is to kind of consider, well, where do we want to start? Generally, I like to work from the background to the foreground, or even if it's in the foreground, the thing that is maybe being overlapped by other things. The things are in front of it. So that to me looks like the skin, because we've got her face, and then we've got her hair, and then we've got the shawl. Same with the hands, and then we've got the wrists are covered by fabric. Same even thing with our angel down here. So I think it makes most sense to me to at least establish the skin tone and then start painting other things on that are in front and overlapping those things so we get nice clean edges here. So there's quite a difference in the skin tones that we see here. One of the things that people like a lot about this painting that makes it so special is that she appears like an indigenous woman. So which is a little bit darker pigmented, a darker brown than Caucasian skin tones are. Like every skin color on Earth is a kind of brown. Some are just going to be lighter or darker than others, right? Some are going to be a little bit peachier, some are going to be a little bit rustier colors, right? Some have a bit more yellow, a bit more red, a bit more blue, because after all, that's what brown is. It's a combination of red, yellow, and blue, mostly yellow and red with a little bit of blue. The more blue we put in there, the darker the skin tone is going to be. So all of They all kind of look fairly light skin. This one is maybe the darkest skin of all. That's the lightest skin tone of all. That's why I put a bunch of these in here. So I wanted you to be able to see there's a few different ways we can go about this. So I'm going to mix a kind of a light brown, but something that's maybe a little bit darker than my own skin tone. So let's get some colors out here. So far we've been using entirely cool colors, right? We've been using our cool yellow, cool red, and cool blue. For the foreground, we're going to use warm colors. So we're going to start out with our warm yellow. Yes, I agree. Interesting how our skin reflects the whole spectrum. I agree. It just goes to show how we're all very, very similar. When people, you know, discriminate based on skin color, it's like, geez, we're talking like a very minute difference in pigment there in the grand scheme of things. Okay, it's a lot of blue. Let's bring it in here. There's probably a lot, maybe a bit too much red in here. So I think that's going to work. I'm going to put in some glazing fluid because a lot of my paint has kind of been drying. It's getting kind of sticky. But I also want to paint over top of my lines, and I don't want them to be totally opaque either. It's pretty dark. I'm thinking to myself, it should be lighter, and then or it should be darker. Sometimes it's very hard to tell until you start painting with it. My only fear is that going to be too dark? I think I'm just going to go for it. If it's too dark, I can always lighten it up. I can always wipe it right off, too, if I want. What happened? I had some other brushes in between these sizes. In fact, so I'm just going to put a bit more glazing fluid in here to make this a bit more transparent. That turned out to be really transparent, more transparent than I expected it to be. And it kind of looks a little bit orange at the moment. But I think once we start getting other colors on here, that color is going to change too. It's not going to look so orangey. It'll look way more brown. Okay, let's blow dry this. Okay, so let's keep on going here. Jeremy says, I have learned to love transparent colors. I agree. Transparent color is really interesting in the way it behaves. Maybe let's enlarge these here. Maybe that's too close. That's closer. Okay. So I think if we I'm going to use this one as reference. So I'm just going to take the same color I was just using, but I'm now just going to kind of go in and kind of just paint around. Let's get another brush. So this is literally the same color I was just using, but it's just, it's more concentrated, less glazing fluid in here. I'm not going to overdo it. I still got to, you know, there's lots of other colors coming in here, and I don't really know exactly how dark I should go until I get more colors in. So I might leave the face like this for now until I get some hair and other things painted in. So let's go to the hands. Don't like how that turned out. Okay. Get a little bit of water on my brush here. Gently wipe that away. Okay, I'm going to blow dry that. Now the black lines that I've put on there, they're pretty dark. And you know, maybe in an ideal world I wouldn't have had to paint them, because I would have those would be underneath my Imprimatura, or that first layer of paint, but it is what it is. It's okay, but I'm going to do highlights on her cheeks and nose, chin, and stuff. But I think that's good enough as a starting point, I think. I'm also going to darken it even more in places, but I think that's okay. I suppose maybe while I'm here, let's just take a little bit of this red, this little bit of rouge. Paint's pretty dry, isn't it? You know, I should be careful, because I don't know if when was the last time I used the blow dryer on her cheeks there? Okay, let's be careful, Michael. Sometimes I kind of get impatient, so let's leave her like that for right now. And let's paint in. I guess we should do her hair next. So to get her hair, I'm just going to take my brown that I've got here first. I'm not even going to bother. I'm not too worried about recreating that color. So I just took the same color that I was using here for her skin and added mostly just more warm blue to it. I think I put a little bit of more warm red in there. Now, I don't know about the angel here. What's his hair color? It's kind of... Oh, he's got pretty dark hair. This guy down there, that's pretty funny. Okay, let's give him some nice brown hair, too. In fact, he's almost got black hair, doesn't he? There's something about this little angel at the bottom just I find so funny. A little cherub, yes, like Jeremy says. The question Jeremy says, how do you keep your dry brushing brush clean? Say that 5 times. How do you keep your dry brushing brush clean? How do you keep your dry brushing brush clean? Well, what I do is I use it for maybe 10 minutes and then I clean it. And I often have 2 or 3 similar brushes on hand for that exact purpose, that I can go in and use to kind of clean up the surface. So after I use it for about 10 minutes, I clean it, let it dry, and while that's drying, I'm using a different one. Otherwise, as you may have noticed, especially if you're using glazing fluid, it'll start to kind of just get crusty, and instead of being able to kind of do nice, soft blending, it's almost like you're starting to scrape into the surface, and you get lines. You're like, oh my goodness, what have I done? So that's why having a nice dry brush is great. Otherwise, yeah, working with one that's not dry can be a real pain in the butt. Working with one that's not dry, that's wet, can actually be painting. Or if it's just water wet, it'll wipe stuff away, which all of those things drive you nuts. Drive me nuts. Okay, I mean, she looks kind of dark and maybe a little bit sickly right now, but I think once we start putting some of the blues in place, it's because there's going to be so much darker, it's going to brighten her up, and then I might feel like, oh, I need to go much darker. Why did I spend all this time lightening? So that's why, rather than just trying to get one area perfect before you move on, my suggested approach is to try to fill up the painting about as quickly as possible, get those different areas filled in, and then come back and fine-tune things, because you don't really know what you've got until the whole thing is, all the colors are in there, what their relationships really look like. Okay. How about I even do another... So I've got some rudimentary skin color placeholders in here. Next up, what I want to do is start working on the fabric, and that's going to take some time because of all of these folds in there. But there's some ways that we can kind of move it along a little bit quicker because we're 6 hours, 5.5 hours into this painting. Okay, so let's look. I think what I want to do is get the I don't know, the robe that's underneath the cloak. So what color is that? So here it looks kind of pink. What would you say? That's kind of brownish, tan, pink. That's almost transparent. All right, it's almost the background color. That's almost looks like the background color. That definitely looks like the background color, like as if it's been left completely untouched. So we have quite the range of possibilities here, which is exciting because it gives us an opportunity to really put anything we want there. Oh. It's... I am almost compelled to put the blue in first. Because if I get the blue in, then I can put that other color in. And it'll be very clear really quickly if it's working or not. Right? Because it's sort of like the way I kind of think about it is work from what I know, put those in places. Even though I would prefer to paint this color of her robe, I guess, first. I think it makes most sense to paint the robe. Okay, so we're going to paint the robe now. Then let's switch gears. Let's look at what color that is. Now they all look like, yeah, cool blues. Kind of not teal. Now again, generally we want our cool colors in the background. Now that looks more like a, it's still kind of, well, see, this one looks like maybe a cobalt, like it's cool, and then we're definitely using warm colors for these folds. And these ones are so muted that they still look cool, though. Well, let's like if I just use my cool blue right out of the tube, that's, oops, let's even bring this down here. Let's get this paint down here. Try not to get the dried skin on there, so I get little chunks in there, but okay. I could use this. That would be beautiful, this bright, cool blue. It's interesting how that kind of looks a little bit warmer on camera. I think that might be too intense, though. That might be a bit too much. So I think I'm going to add a little bit of white to it, maybe even a tiny bit of black. So let's see. Let's take some of our white. So I took my white, I took the handmade black that I used for my underpainting a few hours ago. And now let's take this blue. Now I think that, that blue now seems too light. So what if I take that color and just mix it directly into my cool blue here? Still pretty intense. What if I think I'm going to take my warm yellow and bring it into the color. Okay, so I'm going to take a bit of my warm yellow, bring it into this, and there you go. That's the missing ingredient. I'll just show you what this looks like on camera now. So putting that warm yellow, well, I don't know if that shows up on camera very well, but that really helps get me much closer. I think that's the color I'm going to use. I might use some more saturated blue, especially for the folds. I might use more of a saturated cool blue with a bit of black in there for my folds, but I think this is probably close. Yeah, I think that's okay. Well, we'll see. If I'm not, beholden to this color if I paint it and I really decide I don't like it, but and I'm not looking for the color that's everywhere. I just want the color that is kind of what we would call the local color, the color that the color of the robe without any highlights or shadows on it. So Now there is this kind of yellow trim that you can see I'm kind of ignoring right now. I'll paint that in later. Just much easier to do it this way. At least as far as I'm concerned anyway. Oh, another option might have been to paint the crescent moon there first. Now, I think I've just made a bit of a mistake here, but I think it's so minor that I'm just going to go with it. I could erase it right now if I... Basically, this area of the cloth, her robe comes a little bit wider down there. I'm just going to leave it like that. I don't think it's a big deal. Let's go up to her. Again, there's some level of urgency here because I don't want to avoid getting any hard edges between areas of paint, like right here. And it's one of these things, after painting for all, my eyes start to get a little bit crossed. I don't know about you, but... I like that color. I kind of that works really well. This kind of teal. I am just going to clean these brushes. I'm going to blow dry it and then maybe do a second layer. I'm not sure. So again, cleaning those brushes are nice and clean, and then I can use them again. I'm muted. Okay, great. That's awesome. So I was just trying to think about what my next step is, and thinking about let's maybe peeling this piece of paper off since I don't really need it. I was only really keeping it there in case I had problems with my outer edge, but that's no longer an issue. But then I feel like it's sort of like jinxed. If I decide to do that, of course, within 10 seconds I'm going to need it and be like, why did I do that? Since it's not really causing a problem right now, I'm just going to leave it. Okay, so now that, let's bring this up here. Now that I got a color in place, it might not even be the final color or the right color, but that's it. Now I'm close. I'm kind of in the ballpark now with this color, and I kind of like it, so I'm probably going to keep it pretty close to that. But now that that's there, I have an option of going in and refining it some more, or deciding to now put in some of the color on the inside here, because now I have a pretty clear idea what that color is. I'm just trying to think, maybe the wise thing would be to do another layer of this color while I've got this still fresh. So I think, because you can see lots of little streaks and things on here. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to go in and just do another layer of this color, make it more opaque, get rid of those streaks. So let's do that first. And contemplate the color. Now, of course, as I do this, I'm losing a lot of my line work for where these folds are, which I know for some people is just horrifying, terrifying, because you feel like you've lost the plot entirely. But since I've lost them here, I'll eventually show you here how we can bring those details back. Now, potentially, that would be something I could use my outline that's taped still to the back of my canvas for. Although I feel like that might not be the smartest idea, because it might not line up as neatly as I might want, and could end up actually making things more difficult, because sometimes if I just try to use what I've got here, then all my lines are going to ultimately match these shapes better. Rather than trying to rein it back in closer to the original. Yeah, that's good. I like it being a little bit more solid here. Wow, I like this color a lot. I just love how it glows. And one of the reasons why it really glows is in opposition to the colors around it. Like that color on its own, yeah, it might look okay, sure, whatever. But in fact, if anything, if I look at it just on its own on my palette here, that does not look like a particular... I mean, I love teal. Don't get me wrong, teal is one of my favorite colors. However, that color there, it's not a vibrant teal, it's muted because I've got white and black in there making a gray, so I've got a tone, right? When we mix gray into a color, we tone that color down, reducing the saturation. So it's not a particularly vibrant color, but here, next to these yellows and pinks, oranges, it pops. Right? Color is relative to the colors next to it. So two colors will behave very differently depending on the color adjacent to them. That's the incredible nature of color, is how they change depending on what's next to them. Wow, I like that a lot. Okay. Let's blow dry that for a couple seconds here. Okay, I am still struggling to come up with the idea for the color for her robe. So rather than just putz around, what I'm going to do, I'm going to come around and paint the pink on the angel down here. maybe even paint the wings the crescent moon. And then again, if I don't know what to do here, rather than just, you know, procrastinate and like, let's just keep moving forward. Let's paint things that I have a fairly good idea of what could go there. So let's do the wings. The wings I want to be kind of like a pale cream. Let's take some of the white, warm yellow, a little bit of red, a little bit of blue, that's not bad, actually. I was going to add more white to it, but I think I'm going to keep it like this. Okay. Now there's definitely other colors on the wings of the angel. Like there's blues and I think some green on there. It's not really my concern at the moment. It's just the base color. So one of the reasons why I'm kind of glad I didn't put more white in there is because it would be so close to the color that's in behind here, and I want to make sure it's distinct. Whoa, how did that... Doesn't that one side seem so much lighter than the other? That's good. Okay. Good, 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 good. Okay. Oh, let's put that in my tea. Jeremy says, I'm having fun. This is a peaceful experience. I love it. Good. That's I think how making art should be for the most part. I know that when one is just sort of learning how to do anything, it's generally not very peaceful. It takes time to kind of get to the point where you can feel more relaxed and comfortable, and you're not thinking like every minute I'm making a mistake and I'm trying to recover from it. So that I know but eventually, and often not as doesn't take quite as long as you expect, you can get to a place where it's just kind of fun and relaxing. Right? That's what I hope people can get to. And it just requires a little bit of determination. Again, you have to kind of overcome a little bit of that initial inertia. Okay, let's paint the... I wonder if any of this black is still... Oh, there's still a little bit of black in there that's useful. Okay, good. Let's use some of this. Put a little bit of glazing fluid in there. Don't need much. I'm just trying to wake up my black a bit. It's been sitting here drying for maybe 3-4 hours already. It's a little bit on the purple side. You can really see that when I spread it thin. Oops, you can see that kind of purple color coming through there. So again, this crescent moon here, when I saw this, I was like, well, I'll probably, when I make my version here, I'm just going to eliminate it entirely. It looks kind of silly. Not sure what it has to do with the rest of it. And then after doing research, I was like, you know what, it's a pretty important part of this painting. Kind of without the angel down here, which I mentioned before, I was contemplating eliminating from my version. Are very specific to this artwork, and without it, it sort of just becomes a generic painting of the Virgin Mary. And there's plenty of existing paintings of the Virgin Mary that we could do if I wanted to do one without it. I might as well pick an entirely different artwork. Kind of defeats the purpose for me of choosing this one, especially, as I've said, considering the widespread belief that this painting was created divinely by God, him or herself. Right? So then it's like, well, who am I to question the creative choices of God? It seems there's a level of absurdity to it. Having said that, though, I mentioned earlier when we were talking about this painting and the history behind it, that my understanding is that there was originally a crown on the top of the Virgin Mary's head that was painted out at some point. Why that happened, who did that, well, that's a whole other question, but it does suggest that somebody felt they could improve on the original. Now it's a little bit transparent, and again, that's okay, because I'm going to be using black to do outlines again later on, so I don't mind it being not quite as solid as it could eventually be. Just going to clean up some of that texture. It's another good smell. Sounds like our neighbors are doing something delicious. Well, it smells like salad, which is almost the most absurd thing I've ever said. Okay. Let's do the pink clothes. Let's just keep on roaring forward here. Let's take some white and my cool red. Once again, there's a little bit of black in this, just to mute it down. Show you what this looks like originally. It's interesting to me that the only part of the painting that touches the outer edges is the angel. When I was in graduate school, that would have been, we used to have these like 6-hour-long critiques with faculty. Oh my goodness, one person per week critique, and we would go so deep into a question like that, like, what is the significance of the angel? So let's kind of do a mock graduate study critique as to what is the significance of the painting when the only element that touches the outer edge is the angel. What could that mean? And I remember when I first got to graduate school, I was like, are you kidding me? We're going to talk for like 5 hours on this idea? Like, who cares? And then, you know, it's one of those things that after school's over, it's one of the things I miss the most is a room full of talented artists wrestling with an idea for hours, trying to figure it out. Like, it reminds me, for instance, one of my one of the teachers that I love the most that was he's still around, called Norman Bryson. Norman Bryson is a very well-known philosopher, academic, written lots of books going back from the 70s, probably late 70s onward. And he made such a great impression on me in terms of just the role, the responsibility of a teacher. Because I remember him coming into my room, and I think I was having a tough day. I just got kind of shredded by a teacher that was never particularly kind to me. And I remember him sitting down. I remember, I was just, how are you doing? I don't know. I kind of just got my butt kicked by so-and-so. He's like, oh, well, what did they say? Like, this is all the criticisms. It's like, interesting. Well, let's see if we can come up with some answers for some of these questions. Let's brainstorm some responses. And honestly, that was so the generosity of this guy who's one of the most famous philosophers alive, to just sit there and be like, well, let's spitball some ideas. Let's figure out what a reasonable, insightful response could be if we take it at face value that there's nothing wrong with your work, but we just need to kind of think through intellectually what the motivations, ideas, reasons behind it might be. I was just like, whoa, this guy is going to help me figure out why I'm doing what I'm doing. It's just like, as opposed to just being like, you figure it out, and then I'm going to critique whatever stupid ideas you've come up with. The generosity of spirit is something I'll never forget. It's one of the reasons I became a teacher, it's like that idea of that we're going to figure it out together. It's not just instead of being kind of this adversarial relationship I had with so many instructors, it was like, I'm going to come around and I'm going to come on your side for a while, and I'm going to, we'll tag team a little bit. I'll throw in a few punches on your behalf. It was just like, wow, that is so cool that somebody is going to help me figure out what I'm doing, right? Yeah, I never forgot that. That really made a huge impression on me. Just tidying something up I just noticed. It's like, you have parents who help you with your homework or something. And instead, this is like one of the great, thinkers of our time who's going to help me solve some of my rudimentary math problems or something, or help me with my essay. It was just like, wow. That's cool. Okay. I'm going to blow dry this, and then we do a second coat. So I'm just going to bring this guy up. So this is this guy that I'm talking about, Norman Bryson, American art historian and writer. I mean, it's like 20 years ago. Like these books, Vision and Painting, Looking at the Overlooked, Tradition and Desire. These are all really important books in terms of like art history. Yeah, this book, Tradition and Desire, that was a really important book for me. From Jacques-Louis David to Eugène Delacroix. Awarded Guggenheim Fellowship in '97. That makes sense. Yeah, what an incredible person. Thank you. Jeremy says, you're incredibly generous to share all your classes for free. They are the best I've found. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, thank you very much. That's very generous. I appreciate that kind of comment. That's very nice. But I do feel like that's, you know, I owe that to an artist and or writer, teacher like Norman Bryson. Because I know there's some people like in my in-person classes who want some, like I've had students like, don't hold back. Tell me what's wrong. I want to hear the criticism, the harshest stuff you got to say. I want to know what I'm doing wrong. And like Simon Cowell type of tough love. And you know what? I guess there's a time and a place for that. Some people respond well to like really, you know, to harsh criticism, and I can tell you some stories about teachers who were like that really benefited me. But I think there's a time and a place for that, and most of the time we want help, we want encouragement, we want people to help us with solutions rather than just to give us more problems. And I feel like that was one of the things when I was in college. A lot of my teachers were just about foisting more and more problems onto your shoulders as opposed to helping with solutions. Okay, let's blow dry this again. Should I go to another chapter here? Okay, moving forward, slowly, step by step. I've been kind of putting off painting the Virgin Mary's robe because I wasn't quite sure what color I wanted to put there. Well, now that I've got pretty much everything else painted, it's time to make a decision. So let's figure out what color we want to put on the Virgin Mary's robe here. Jeremy says, I think negative comments are good as long as they're constructive. I agree 100%, for sure. Yeah, that's why it's important to kind of weigh what people have to say, whether it's useful or not. Okay, so the robe, the Virgin Mary's robe here. If we, let's say, we'll zoom back out and just see where we're at right now. So probably my painting at the moment maybe most closely resembles this much brighter image here. Now, that color, what would you say that color? I mean, almost the way it's painted has like a silky kind of quality in that it looks kind of different depending on the angle that the light is hitting at it, right? So we have some areas that are very light versus some areas that turn to a red in the shadows. Painting that silky kind of thing, I could do that. It's just kind of a bit of a pain in the butt, takes some time, and if I don't pull it off very well, it can be kind of not great. So here's another version that is kind of brown. The one thing with using a brown like that is that it's very close to the skin colors, hair colors. And finding that level of nuance is tricky. So let's look at these. I mean, we talked earlier about how potentially, you know, the original looks like it's just our background color left almost untouched, just with some shading over top of it, which is, I could do that for sure. I feel like I could be a bit of a missed opportunity. So, you know, what I'm going to do is let's do just a cursory look at what are the clothes that the Virgin Mary is often depicted with. And we've got pink here, but we've got the angels pink. We've got red. Red could work. I mean, you can see that she's often portrayed with this kind of blue shawl or cloak. We've also got a bunch where it's pure white. White might look nice in there, because we don't really have white elsewhere. There's a green cloak with pink inside. Orange could work. One thing is that I've got the, you know, kind of orangey pinks, yellows on the outer edge. I'm really compelled to having something different inside here. It stands apart from. I'm right now, the moment I would say I'm leaning towards white. And that does seem like a fairly common choice. It's like often I'd see pink and white. What? It looks like Superman colors, red and blue. Interesting. I would say overall the colors that seem to be repeating over and over are red, white, and pink. There's a kind of peachy color. That, well, I've kind of got that color already. Not that I can't repeat it, but let's go back to the original. I know there's a bunch of you watching right now, so if anybody's got any opinions, act now. let me know. What color would you paint her robe? And we got basically background color here. Kind of an off-white tan color. Got similar colors to the... So I kind of like that. That's kind of nice. Jeremy says pinkish. Interesting. Alright, that's kind of like this color. Well, I mean, I suppose, like, my hesitation with using pink is because this guy's going to have pink, but he's got a cool pink, right? So I used magenta for this. So it does suggest possibly instead of pink down here, or cool pink, that I could use a warm pink. Like, what about white with just a tiny bit of warm red in there? And then that way I could do the cuffs as just pure white. Okay, I think I'm going to take your suggestion, Jeremy, and use a pink color, but I want to make it distinct from this pink, so I'm going to use a different red. So we're going to use, I wonder if I've got, how much of this white is still functional. Okay, so that's not bad. Okay, let's take all this white. Maybe actually might not need all of that. Let's put it down here. Actually, you know what? Let's use all of it. So we got our white. See a little bit of my cool pink sneaking off the brush. Now I don't want to put too much. You can see, I mean, there's barely any red that I put on there, and how quickly that transformed into a pink. So I'm just stirring it up really well so that it's nice and consistent throughout. A little bit of a alizarin. Alizarin crimson. Yeah, let's do this. I don't even really, I mean, it's, who knows until we paint it what it's going to look like. Because as we've seen throughout this painting, colors can look one way on the palette, and then they can look very different when you actually start painting with them. This kind of makes me hungry. It looks like a really delicious dessert. Makes me want to get some sort of chocolate, not chocolate, strawberry mousse. Okay, where do we want to go now? Let's start here on the bottom. Ooh, that's pretty transparent. So this is going to be almost, you know, it's a bit too transparent. forgot there's some blue there. Okay, good to know. There's always something that gets overlooked, isn't there? That's super subtle. I probably just, I don't know, I guess I must have put too much glazing fluid in there to make it so transparent. I mean, it's not bad. I'm just wondering if it's just too subtle. Although, you know, now that it's starting to dry and there's more of it on here, I can start to see it, and it's kind of actually getting better. I am never disappointed with how alive color is sometimes. How it just sometimes just appears to change. So whenever I use a little brush, I like to go back in with a big brush or bigger brush, and just to kind of clean up the texture that often appears. I think you can kind of see that on camera. I like that it's a little bit brighter than this gray in the background. Even just that little bit. And I think when I do the shadows on this, I'll definitely put red into my shadows. And that will kind of accentuate things a little bit. In fact, we'll do some glazing with warm red and white. We'll make it, and I think that would look great. Okay. I think I might do another layer of this. I'm going to transition. Well, should I do that layer right now? Yeah, maybe let's just do that layer right now. I was going to switch to... Yeah, let's do that. Ooh, I like that. It's coming together. Good, good. Okay, let's do this next layer. Now, once again, because of the amount of white in here, it's going to eliminate or hide a lot of my pencil lines, which can be kind of scary for people. But just know I'm in the same boat as you. And there's always a solution. I think that's one of the reasons I also like painting, is it's I suppose in the same way that one might make, do a crossword puzzle or a jigsaw puzzle or play a video game, is it's kind of an unnecessary challenge. It's sometimes like, why would I do this to myself? Why would I? Well, it's kind of like the story of humanity. Like, humans we're always, we like challenges. We like playing games, testing ourselves and our knowledge and our abilities. Because in the unlikely event that I'm able to do something really cool, it's so satisfying, right? It's like, anybody who's ever done a painting, especially a painting when it's not working out very well, and you persevere and pull it out of the inferno, that is definitely one of the most satisfying experiences I've ever had in life. Like, for instance, one of my favorite things to do is my daughter and I go swimming. She's 6.5 now, and we go swimming usually about 3 or 4 times a week. And I get so much satisfaction out of watching her grow, going from, being just terrified of the deep end and like literally in tears when we've gone to the deep end and she's scared out of her wits, to watching her when we go into the deep end and now she's swimming in the deep end without a life jacket on her own, and she is so proud of herself. She like leaps into my arms. You can tell she's just like, I did it, I did it. And my daughter has autism and is currently non-speaking, so she can't tell me exactly what she's thinking or feeling. I mean, we do have a app on an iPad that we use, but I mean, just like in the pool, she tells me with her eyes and her emotions how excited she is that she's done it. Oh my goodness, that is so satisfying as a parent, seeing her like that. Wow, that's cool. I like that pink. It's so subtle. I don't even know if that comes across on camera at all. I think on camera it looks pretty white. In comparison to the gray, I think that's really cool. Like, it just helps separate her. There's, obviously white is associated with purity and stuff. So even just that alone kind of makes it just glow. Cool. Okay, let's blow dry that, and I've got to tackle this. You know, I could probably do that right now. My fear was of just getting some of this pink into this color and then smudging and blending. But I think it's going to be okay. Okay, let's blow dry that. Blow dry it. Okay, I might go set my kettle, turn my kettle back on since we're 6.5 hours into this painting. I could probably use a little bit of fresh tea here. I'm going to let this dry for a moment. While it's drying, let's just put that up on screen. Jeremy says, "What are you drinking?" I'm having orange rooibos. I'm having orange pico tea or red rose tea, or that's what it is, red rose, which is orange pico black tea. And I just had scarfed down a banana. I've got a little bit of a headache coming on. I think it's a bit of a tension headache because so much focus goes into a painting. But also a bit of hunger. It's been a little while since I had my lunch here. So now it does seem like we're still got a long ways to go, but I would say we're actually getting, I'd say we're about definitely 3/4 of the way in for sure, if not maybe 4/5 there, because really at this point it's folds, which is shadows and highlights on pretty much everything. The little guy down here, the wings, clothing. I mean, I could be convinced that the face is good. I mean, I'm probably gonna do a little bit of highlights on there, but I don't need to. I don't think it's not something I'm gonna need to spend hours on. I think I'm close. You know, I think I need some fresh air too. Okay. Actually, no, I'm just gonna quick blow dry this here. You know, I think what I want to do is I want to sketch back in some of these folds and things which have kind of gotten covered up a bit. So I cannot see any of my lines in the blue, so I'm sketching them back out, and I'm just using the shapes here. So I see this line sweeping down across. So I'm just going to follow that line. Okay, what should I... Let's paint the yellow trim next. Okay, now that's plenty of... Now it's starting to get a little cold. So this yellow trim, that's our cool yellow plus white. Let's zoom in. One quick second here. I'm using kind of a bit of the, rather than going right up to the edge, I'm leaving a little bit of this blue along the edge visible. So as I'm painting, I'm like, you know what, I think I'm going to widen this trim a bit. Let's go up here. Where's... Wow, it got really windy out there all of a sudden. I could hear it howling. So one of the things that works to my benefit is not having a consistent line. I kind of want it to get wider and thinner. I mean, and as you can see, mine's fairly consistent at the moment. But if it's consistent, that means it's laying like perfectly the same everywhere, and that would be kind of very unusual. It would make it very, very stylized. So to make it look like it's bending and twisting, we're going to want a few areas where it gets visibly wider and thinner. We're going to make some of these a little bit lighter and darker and stuff as well. So I put some glazing fluid into the paint, which has made it a bit more transparent. Okay, this area I'm a little confused by, for sure. So I'm just going to move to an area where I can, where what needs to be done is quite obvious, and then I'll come back, tie up these knots here. Now there's all sorts of little things like stars and stuff on here. Like, I'm looking at it and like, oh my goodness, there's a lot of work there. So I'll tell you right now, I am definitely of the mind to eliminate all those stars from my version here. Okay, not bad. It's very streaky, right? Because I put some glazing fluid in there to help this paint be a little smoother to paint with. So I'm going to blow dry it, and then I'm going to go back over my lines, and ideally they should be nice and clean by then. Still putting a bit of white back into this yellow. Just, I know it's going to take a bit of the saturation out, but it's going to give it more opacity. Now again, I could have just left this area blank and it would have made my life a little bit easier now to paint this yellow, because I wouldn't have to overcome the blue underneath it. Having said that, that would have just been an extra bit of effort to be really careful and diligent about painting these lines nice and clean. And my general feeling is I want to be able to try to paint as quickly as possible until I'm forced to slow down. And so I'd rather initially be painting and kind of zipping around, making a bit of a mess, and then later on clean it up, rather than just spend the whole painting being really careful. I don't know, that's just my personality, right? Like, I want to maximize my fun. Man, that wind has kind of got a scary sound. It sounds like an owl. dry that. Yeah, you know, I mean, it's debatable as to what would have been faster, leaving this area blank and painting around it, or doing what I'm doing now. Yeah, I kind of like that. You know, it's what's kind of funny is I think part of it is the blue underneath is doing something to this yellow, which kind of makes it look like it's gold. I don't think that's coming across on camera, but it has a little bit of a gold leaf kind of quality. I think that's because the black, the slightly transparent yellow, and the blue coming through there is making it, is causing a nuance to this yellow that makes it kind of like gold. Because that's the one thing with gold is it can, depending on the angle, it can look bright yellow or dark brown. And that it's unlike a lot of other things, because it's so reflective, it's going to have really high contrasts between light and dark in there. Okay, I think that's cool. I'm going to quickly blow dry that again, and then I'm not sure. I took a couple Tylenol about 20 minutes ago because I was getting a bit of a headache here. It's been a while since I've done one of these marathon painting sessions here. What, we're 7 hours in? Oh. Okay, so if I was kind of getting burnt out and I wanted to just wrap it up in half an hour, I could immediately just go to glazing black on top of everything on here and using that same black glaze, you know, in the robe as well as the cloak as well as the angel down there. It won't be quite as effective as if I mix in a little bit of the blue into those colors, however, so that they make them more specific to each area of the painting. And while I am this far in, you know, it's sort of like, might as well just keep going forward, Michael. Keep on going forward. You never know. You never know what you're going to get, Michael. Just keep on going. Okay. I do feel like maybe before, instead of painting the cloak, I should do the robe inside and tackle those details. And so maybe even before I do that, I should paint the areas that I think I want to be white. So that's the sleeves, and then the I don't know what that is, some kind of fur or cuffs. So I'm just going to go in and take my white directly out of the tube here and use white, really for the first time in this painting, pure white. This, okay, so I'm using this De Sears Dacryl titanium white. It definitely is behaving differently than just let's just keep it's just not very opaque. Which is generally the kind of prerequisite for a white, is it being very opaque. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that, because let's say zinc white is not particularly the most opaque. Titanium white, which is what most whites in your art supply store are, very opaque. So I would, it's almost like this. In fact, I should just double check. Let's just make sure. Oh, it's titanium white. I was like, maybe I did after all buy zinc white, but you know, it says titanium white. You know, when I mean, this is still, this is maybe like $30 a jug, right? So if I was using a higher grade paint, I would see better results, but when you get what you pay for in every aspect of life, right? When they always stick some, every time I use white like this, I just am reminded of a quote, a video I watched years ago. in preparation for the episode on Thomas Kinkade, the painter of light. Rest his soul. But he talked about how you can never put too much white into a highlight. And just keep putting white and layer after layer after layer. And it'll just keep getting lighter and lighter and lighter, and don't stop. Which, you know, I mean, depending on, I mean, some people have some pretty strong feelings about Thomas Kinkade. But, you know, he's right. 100%. It is kind of remarkable. I like that. I kind of like that. Yeah. Okay. Is there any white elsewhere? Well, you know, I think I'm going to put white down here. It's not what's in the original. There's a yellow, but I got yellow already there. I'm going to put white trim down here on the bottom as well. You know what? Let's blow dry all of this. Hey, Stephanie! Nice to see you there in the chat. Great. Great to have some company from an old friend there. Jeremy said, I really like golden for... Yes, golden for acrylics is great. And I talk about... You know, it's definitely one of the highest quality acrylics, if not maybe the best. It just, the tendency, it is much more expensive. So usually I discourage beginner artists from buying it because of its price. Even if you can afford it, I discourage people from buying it, because I want the last thing I want people to doing is thinking about a painting, being like, you know, there's $20 of paint in this stupid thing. What a waste of money. Because that's sort of what we're, in Western culture, trying to think about everything in relationship to money. And if you're using less expensive materials, then the stakes feel much lower. It's like, I don't know, Painting didn't turn out. What, there's like $5 worth of materials in here. Well, too bad. Whatever. It's like I spilt my coffee on the sidewalk. Not ideal, but also not the end of the world. Versus if you went and got coffee for everybody in your family or the office and you spilt it on the sidewalk, you're like, oh no, what have I done? So it's a little easier to absorb. Okay, I'm going to blow dry that again and maybe do one more layer of white and then move on. So this is good to know. I haven't used this Dacryl white before in my own artwork, but I got that jug of paint for my students for classes that I teach, and so it's very instructive for me to see kind of relatively how poorly it's working as how transparent it is. And that's disappointing because white is always the most inexpensive color, the easiest to produce. So, and titanium white, because of its opacity, should be way more. Shouldn't have taken me, I don't know how many, 3-4 layers. I should have been able to do that. Maybe 2. One good layer or a couple thinner layers. 4. That tells me that has low coverage. Okay, blow dry one more time and then I'm moving on from this. Jeremy says, I like that you take efforts to make painting accessible. Yes, that's important to me as well. Like, you know, we could be using the best materials that money can buy, but most people can't afford it or are anxious about spending that money on really good materials. So I want people, I'm trying to use the most widely available materials, the most inexpensive materials you can get away with, so that it's closer to what people are going to be replicating at home, so that ideally we create similar results. If people are painting along with me, that they're going to get kind of roughly what I get. Obviously, it's, even if I was trying to do this painting again the second time, everything was going to look a little bit different. There's no way I'm going to mix the same colors twice, right? Okay, let's move on. What should I move on to is the question. Let's do some shadows. So I'm going to take this pink that I created earlier. See if I could take a bit of black. Mix the black. Oops. So I took this pink that I used for the robe, and now I'm mixing some black into this to make a gray. And let's take some more warm red, bring it in here. That's pretty dark. It's a pretty strong choice to go directly to this color. But I'll be honest, I'm starting to burn out a bit. I'm contemplating, do I want to stop and start again tomorrow? I'm like, oh, that makes me even, that makes me queasy, because I'm like, oh man, I don't want to, I definitely am someone who likes to, I'd rather do it all in one long session than split them up. It just feels like I won't be able to relax later. I'll just be like, oh man, tomorrow I gotta get back in the saddle and do work. I'd rather just power through it. So let's take, I'm going to take my glazing fluid again, my matte glazing fluid, because now, in fact, let's do another chapter. Okay, we're coming around the home stretch here. I'd say this is like in baseball, the 7th inning stretch here. We're close. So now I want to move into essentially just glazing highlights and shadows on this entire piece. All the colors are locked in. Now we're just going to start adding nuance to the picture. So my next step is I'm going to do the shadows on the robe, and then the highlights on the robe. Then I'm going to do the shadows and highlights on the cloak. We'll do the angel down there, and then we'll probably wrap up with the face of the Virgin Mary herself. Maybe a little bit of the angel. Okay. I see. Stephanie says, this is such an important part of my culture. I really appreciate this lesson, and I will watch and study this from the beginning. Oh, I love it. Thank you, Stephanie. Yeah, this is, I mean, again, I had no idea the story behind this artwork until putting this episode together. It's so fascinating. If you haven't watched already, the breakdown I did of the story behind the creation of this artwork, I think is kind of fascinating. Stephanie says, this painting will take me a long time to complete. I think stopping is a good thing because it gives me a minute to see where I'm going. That's true. Jeremy says, I feel like I'm painting a protective charm. That's, I mean, there's a reason why this image is so beloved by people, particularly in Mexico. It's definitely seen as a kind of, it's more than just what the Virgin Mary herself symbolizes. A lot of people see this as an image of resistance, of indigenous resistance. I mean, there is obviously irony there that the Catholic Church is also seen as kind of like the symbol of colonialism, but this specific image of the Virgin Mary, that hybrid of European and indigenous styles, techniques, iconography, the story behind Juan Diego, who found it, or not found it, was witnessed to its creation. I mean, when Zapata rode into Mexico City in 1910, during the Mexican Revolution, he was carrying, or I don't know if he, but the guy on the horse next to him was carrying this image. It was that symbolic as to like, we are riding into town with her as our guide. And many people felt this is what they were fighting for against the Mexican government at the time. Jeremy says, cheap good paint. I really like Meaden. It must be a brand. Meaden. I haven't heard of that paint. Let me just take a quick look. This looks like an art supply store. I'm not familiar with this. Where is Meaden? Canadian. Interesting. Okay, I'm not familiar with. We definitely don't have this out here in Western Canada. Anyway, I'm sure there's some information about it. Steffi says, the Virgin Mary, she is special, or particularly the Guadalupe. Powerful meaning. Thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. I appreciate you sharing that with me. That's cool. I'm glad that it has that meaning, that doing this piece has special meaning to you and anybody else who might happen to be watching. That's exactly why we're doing it. Perfect. Okay, I feel like I was gonna say, I feel like I mixed a colors at some point 2 hours ago. Where is that color? Okay, this is it right here. So, so what I want to do is do some shadows on here. So I mixed up this. This is my original, basically white and warm red. Is how and actually there was a little bit of black in there just to mute it a little bit. And now I'm adding a lot more black into that same color. Less white for sure. There's still white. That's why it kind of, oops. That's why it has this particular. Okay, that's how you tip your water jar over, when you just push it like that. Like, okay, now I feel like that's pretty opaque. Let's put some more glazing fluid in this just to make it even more transparent. Okay. How do I want to do this? Let's go to this. Let's maybe start near the bottom. Get warmed up a little bit, because this area right in here, probably not where most people's attention is. Most people's attention is going to be on the face, and then maybe on the angel, maybe back and forth, and maybe this is the fifth place they're going to look. All right, so this is an area where I can play and not worry about having to get it all right. And then let's bring up the original. And then let's see. I think I'm going to work from this particular version here. Okay, now while that's drying away, oh, I need a softer brush here. Let's just take this. See how quickly that kind of started to dry. I'm going to put something right here. Okay, I'm going to go back later on with some actual black and blend it in, or maybe even a purple maybe, into this area. But for at this stage, I think that's great, right? Because remember, it's a process. We're going to do a few layers of this, but that's just like we did with the halo glowing on the outer edge here. So we're going to start working our way up the robe here. Okay. Now I think we can just probably put a line. And I think also it's important to remember that while we do this, it's going to go through a few moments here where it's going to feel like you have just made a terrible mistake. And you're going to be like, ah! What have I... Oh my goodness, this is a disaster. All right, that's okay. That's okay. Don't panic. It's play the long game. It's okay. Just gotta follow the process. Now I think I need more glazing fluid in here. It's not blending as much as I'd like. So this area that I'm painting right now is her knee underneath her robe. And this is also a little detail that some people look at very, very seriously is that it appears that her leg is kind of bent up, and some people see that as her dancing, which is a very important part of Mexican culture. And so that little detail of this knee kind of bending up suggests that as part of this appearance, this Marian apparition, that she's also there's a kind of a dance aspect to it that, according that is not particularly found in European traditions or depictions of the Virgin Mary. Okay, let's move from... There's just still lots more to do down here, but let's move up to the hands. Jeremy says, I don't like the Roman Catholic Church, but I do like Jesus and Mary being his mother and what she represents. Wow, it's taking shape. Yeah, it's amazing what a little bit of glazing fluid can do to really transform and give volume to especially things like fabric. Just a little bit of that, all of a sudden it's like, oh, there's somebody inside all of this reams of fabric here. So, I might be making it look a little bit easy, but it's not that difficult. It just requires some patience. It requires using small amounts of, a lot of glazing fluid and a small amount of paint. And if you've got some patience, you can slowly build up these layers and really create something quite amazing. Now, if you want to spend hours and hours and hours, like weeks on this, we could do something that's basically photographic if you've got the patience for it. That's the key thing, is it's not particularly difficult, it's just time consuming, right? That's why it took Leonardo da Vinci so long to paint the Mona Lisa, because he's using this very slow, methodical process. Now there's going to be a black ribbon here, but even though this area is all going to get kind of covered up anyway, I'm still just going to paint it all in. It just gives me a little bit more flexibility when I'm painting that ribbon. I don't have to worry so much about, you know, how it, it can fit in there nice and easy. Yeah, so. So I think we can now see how some of this white seems to be much brighter and stronger compared to the pink once we start putting in this much darker pink here, right? So now there are details like her necklace here. I don't know. As I'm painting this, I'm thinking, is that really important to put in there? Or is it, if I don't put it in there, is it sacrilege? So I'm just going to keep moving forward. I'm going to paint, maybe, I'll paint around, or I'll just paint this area as if it's not there, and then depending on how long it takes me to get everything else done, I can then turn my gaze back and be like, you know what, I feel like I really need to put that in there. The painting's not complete without it. Okay, let's, this area in the original, you can see there's no shadow there, but I would expect there to be a shadow right here. So I'm going to put it in. And of course, one of the people might say, well, there isn't a shadow in the earth, so why would you change it? And it's like, well, my painting has to stand on its own legs. Unless I plan on printing out the original and taping it next to this and hanging them side by side, then at some point my own painting has to take on its own life and the original has to go away. So it's one of those things where if I'm looking at this a week from now or a year from now and I don't have the original sitting in front of me, it's going to drive me crazy if I look like, well, how come there's no shadow here? That seems so weird. And then I'd be like, well, in the original, there's no shadow. I did exactly what the original. Well, it's like, well, okay, great. Well, but we're talking about this painting, not the original. Who cares what the original looks like at some point? It's like, how is my own painting working? If it's not, then I need to change. I need to make some changes. All right. Okay. So let's blow dry this here. So, you know, it's really interesting to me that when I painted this pink, it felt like, oh, it looks basically, totally white. It doesn't even look different at all. Now that I'm starting to glaze into it, it seems very, very pink. Right? It's becoming more and more pink as I'm glazing over top of it with more and more pigment as opposed to just white with a little bit of red in there. To the point where I almost have to just be a little bit careful that I don't overdo it. You know, I'm looking at this original here and thinking, do I want to go that dark on the left? I think I do, but it's a question. So I think to do this, let's see. I'm just contemplating using my blending brush. No, you know what? I'm going to use a different. That blending brush still got a little bit of life left in it. I'm going to darken. So the wondrous thing about, hopefully, I don't know if that came through, is I can glaze over top of my previous glaze with this color, and it's not erasing it, it's darkening the color that was there before. Right? That's what's so cool about this, is once I've got something painted, I can glaze over top of that and darken that. So I'm just making these kind of like little micro changes. Christina says, I hope Michael's providing breakfast for us all. Yeah, we're all going to go out for breakfast after this painting is done here. It'll be, we go do one of those late night Denny's runs at 3 in the morning. I used to do when I was in college. You know, where we go out to the bar and then everyone's up. It's like 2 in the morning and we go to Denny's, some 24-hour diner, and just make the staff miserable. Christina says, those hash browns and coffee at 4 a.m. were glorious. Oh my goodness. Man, it has been a long time since I was at a Denny's at 3 or 4 in the morning. Those were the days, hey? Ah, when we were young. It's hard to remember exactly where I've painted already and haven't. Because the problem is if I glaze over top of wet glaze or semi-dry glaze, ooh, painting is going to spank me. Okay, I think I should blow dry that because now I can't remember what has been glazed, what hasn't been. And the thing is, if you paint wet glaze on top of semi-dry wet glaze, it will literally peel that layer off like a sticker. Oh, and when that happens, the cold sweats that run down my back of my neck, oh, terrible. Stephanie says, you taught me how to paint Miriam Shapiro's Father and Daughter, Diego Rivera's Alameda Park, St. George and the Dragon, none of which were easy. Persistence and patience. I love hearing that. Absolutely. And what you did was incredible, right? So it just requires, it's not, doesn't, you don't have to have some sort of magical ability. It's just, you have to be willing to put in the time and follow the process, and the rewards come. Oh, I appreciate you too, Stephanie. Thank you. Let's keep moving here. I'm starting to feel pretty good about the bottom of these robes. It's now closer up towards the hands that are the issue for me up and around here. So you can see the difference on the right side. I've already put a bit of glaze on the bottom of this sleeve, whereas this one I hadn't. So that one's just the same amount of paint, just a second layer, and you can see how much darker it is there, right? So I don't want to get too dark right around these hands. I kind of want it, if her hands are going to be that dark, I want the area around it to be a little bit lighter, so that there's a separation, that one, they balance each other out, so that they also stand out a little bit more. So it's got to be careful of that line there. Okay, I'm going to blow dry this and work a little bit more in there, and then I'm probably going to move on to a darker shade. Christina says, if anyone wants to go down a Virgin Mary rabbit hole, look up The Way of the Rose. There seems to be a rising interest in both the Mother Mary and Mary Magdalena on social media. Interesting. I don't know if is that the same sort of thing along the what was that book, Dan? The Da Vinci Code. That's kind of what it's reminding me of. So I'm not going to spoil the Da Vinci Code for anybody who hasn't read that book 20 years ago. I remember reading it, and on the request of, I think during a Christmas at my parents' place or something. Somebody got it for Christmas, and I sat down and powered through it in a couple of days. Okay, that might be good. Oh, let's do this side here too. This needs to get darker. Christine says, some believe that the Marys are calling us to return to the divine feminine. I did not see the Da Vinci Code. I think it's more that more people are learning about the origin of the rosary, pre-Christianity, and the way the church incorporated these practices to convert. Interesting. If I remember, the Da Vinci Code was all about that's a little bit of an idea. It's that if I recall, the Da Vinci Code, ultimately, it was all about the fact that there was this huge conspiracy to hide the fact that Jesus and Mary Magdalene got married and had a child and kind of went off and lived their life. And that, I can't remember, maybe Tom Hanks is the great descendant of Jesus or something, that obviously all undermining the stories of the Bible and the church, and all of this information has been suppressed, and the Freemasons and the Knights Templar, and everybody is involved in this massive conspiracy. I think the idea of all of that's been largely rejected, but I don't know. I'm not a Bible scholar or anything like that. But it is a kind of interesting story. I mean, in some ways, kind of what you're talking about is, or maybe I don't know, but that these powerful female figures in the Bible have been kind of suppressed. Their importance has been minimized or almost eradicated for various different reasons. Christine says, The Last Temptation of Christ kind of went there too. Yes, great movie. Yeah, I don't know about the conspiracy theory part. I mean, I don't know if there is an actual conspiracy theory or it's purely just the invention of the author Dan Brown, who wrote the Da Vinci Code. Maybe people have been talking about it for decades before he came along. I have no idea. Okay, so in my mind, I'm just thinking, do I want to do a layer of darker black glaze here? I don't know. I'm kind of digging. We haven't zoomed out in a while. Kind of digging the way this looks as it is, without any really, really strong contrast. Because, to be honest, if we look at the original here, let's bring this back. We don't actually see black being used in those folds. Right, it's pretty subtle. So we could keep it like that and then decide later on, as we get closer, I think, because what I'm going to do next is paint the shadows. I don't even know if I'm going to do highlights on the robe. Well, let's see. Let's see how far we get. So the next thing, let's take our... Oh, I think I'm almost out. You know what? I wonder if I'm remixing this color. Okay, I think I got to mix. My paints are kind of have run out there, so I need more paint. So we need to mix another black. Whoa, that's too much blue. Oh, maybe I can take some of this. Okay, so if I'm trying to mix black, which is my cool blue, cool yellow, and warm red, and I get to a situation like this, and I'm like, what have I done wrong? That's green. Ah! Well, just think, what is the opposite color of green on the color wheel? It's red. All right, so this tells me I need to add a significant amount more of red. Let's just see if that's enough. You can see immediately I put that red in here, and this color starts to change. It starts losing more and more of its saturation as it gets pulled into the center of the color wheel. We call it the neutral core. I think that's pretty close. Pretty close to black. It's always hard to tell in this state, which is why I suggest, once you've got a color like this, is to mix a little bit of white into it. So let's say I take this color, take a little bit of white, mix it to the side here. And that looks a little bit on the greenish side. So again, that tells me that I could probably put a little bit more warm red in here. Maybe put it off to the side because I don't think I need all of that. Probably isn't the smartest thing to put white on my brush and then immediately try to go and mix a black. All right, that's kind of a dumb thing, but I don't think anyone's ever accused me of being too smart. Okay. Oh, it's hard to get just a little bit of paint out. More and more comes out than you expect. So what I'm doing is I'm mixing a darker version of the teal that I used for her cloak. So just like I did with the pink, I made a much darker color. This is what I'm doing here. And so I can start with this, and then I can make a progressively darker and darker version of this color. So I'm just putting a heap of glazing fluid into this color so it can be more transparent and blend easily. I suspect this color's not quite dark enough, but rather than just putting in a heap of black in and then going, I went too far, then you know what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use it, see what it is, and if it's not dark enough, then I'll just add more black. But I'd rather, it's just like, you know, making a soup or something. I don't want to just put heaps of salt in there before I taste it, right? I want to put a little bit in, test it. Okay, add a little bit more. Let's add a little bit more. All right. So, where are we? Where should we start? Let's go back down to the bottom. I'm going to maybe start right around in this area. Build up some confidence. Test my colors there. Okay. Yeah, it's not dark enough. Let's put more black in this mixture here. We're 8.5 hours in here. It's maybe time to go a little, you know. It's like 9:30. I started this episode at 1 o'clock, right? So, oh yeah. Just hold on, Michael. Don't get impatient. Try to fix it. Just let it dry. Let it dry. Let it dry, let it dry, let it dry. The painting isn't finished. Don't get stressed. It's not finished. Just take a big breath and let the paint dry. Let the paint dry, let it dry. Some people get anxious and want to go fast. Some people can't be bothered to wait. Let it dry, let it dry. Let it dry, let it dry. You never know what you got till it's dry. Let it dry, let it dry, let it dry. So it's kind of satisfying to start to see the fabric start to transform and take volume, whereas for so long it's felt kind of, you know, like just a big blob. And then we start doing this, and all of a sudden, oh, cool! There's a body in here. It's not just a, you know, an amoeba form. There's something going on. Okay. I think I should blow dry this. I feel tempted to do some things, but you know, it's like, just take a break. What's the longest episode? Christina asks. I think there's been a few that have been in the 12-hour range. 12 continuous hours of painting. There's been a few where I've split them into like 2 or 3 episodes. I think 12. I think the Diego Rivera Alameda Park, that might have been the longest one. I don't know. That's a good question. Christina says, those shadows and the folds look great. Thank you, Christina. I appreciate that. Thanks for the encouragement. Okay. Let's do one more at this same level of dark. Well, maybe let's take a little bit more black. that. So the secret to like great folds is contrast between light and dark. Right? That's the secret to like depth in art to begin with, is contrast. And so the more contrast we put in here, the more that illusion of volume will be created. It kind of depends, it's how long do we really want to spend on an artwork is a legitimate question. Like, how long are you willing to put in to get any kinds of effects and things? And the longer I work on this, the better those folds are going to appear. Now the fact that I'm actually using black in the cloak might be kind of forcing my hand to put some black in her robe. eyes are starting to struggle a little bit here. See, this is one of my favorite parts of making a painting. I could literally spend a week just doing this, because it's so satisfying seeing things start to come together and all those folds start to really take on a lot of volume. All of this groundwork that I've been putting in here is now kind of starting to pay off. So okay, so this blending brush, that's no longer useful. It's now actually I'm painting with it rather than blending with it. So it's time to put that one to the side. So it has kind of forced my hand where I feel like I do need to go back in and now use like a little bit of gray or black to darken in some of these areas. I don't know. I gotta think about this. I gotta think, because I kind of it's not that it's gonna take a ton of extra work. It's just work, right? And it's also partly is like, is it really necessary? Crossing on over that 9-hour mark here very shortly here. Oh, crack those hips. Okay, let's zoom back out and just take a look at how things look. So that's looking pretty good. I mean, I think all those folds are paying off. I'll say right up front here, I'm probably not going to do the stars on her shawl, nor am I going to do the patterning on her robe. I think that's just way too much extra time here. I mean, I could. The reason why I probably am not is just that not only is it going to be more time consuming, but at some point it would start to make this picture look really busy and like lots of that overwhelming amount of detail can at times be nice, but it, just again, remember that the original painting is life size. It's a life-sized portrait of the Virgin Mary. It's, from head to ground, it's like 5'7". So it comes up to about my nose. This is the actual image of the Virgin Mary. So those details, those stars that are on her cloak here, each one of those stars in reality is sort of like, that big, maybe even bigger, right? So, it's about the size of her eye, right? So if we just think about the size of my own eye, each one of those is really big. So when it's on a large composition, that means the space in between those stars is like, a good hand distance apart. However, if I start painting these on here, I think if anything, all I would probably do would be to do little spots as opposed to stars. I mean, I don't think anybody would complain about the spots versus stars, one being better or worse, but yeah. Okay. So I'm going to take a break from her closed, right? I gotta focus on the angel for a little bit on the bottom part of this painting. Get some of these, yeah. I think that would feel really great, is to tackle this, get that sorted out. So let's just make another. Did we do foreground 4? I think we did. Okay, I say we're about hour and a half from being done, depending on how much work I want to put into this point. I would like to maybe wrap up and make this a clean 10-hour long episode. Oh no. So I want to focus on the angel. Let's focus on the angel for this, and then we'll see where we're at. We might do a little bit of glazing on her sleeves there. Okay, so angel time. Angel time, baby, angel time. Let's... Okay. Let's do a darker magenta cool red, and then we'll do a lighter one. So let's take our cool red and black. That's good. Glazing fluid. Let's mix this up. Okay, let's take this darker magenta that I just made here. I like how this angel's sort of wearing a big sweater. It looks to me. In mine, I'm not. Who knows what the original there is? Ah, that brush was wet. I was like, why is it not blending? Why is it just removing paint? It's because it was wet. So I'm just now trying to scrub that dry. Let's just let that. Okay, let's blow dry. Well, yeah, let's blow dry that. Okay, now the wings have this red, white, and blue pattern. That's kind of interesting. I'm just asking myself, do I want to do that? What is the original? You know what? I think if I'm going to put a color there, it makes me think about putting the Mexican flag colors there. Oops. Green, white, and red. Is that crazy? Would that be crazy, or should I just try to finish this painting? Do I want to... I mean, the Mexican flag colors, but they're... that would make sense. The Mexican flag colors, right? But obviously this was painted long before the Mexican flag country was even an idea. So it makes sense that, so maybe it doesn't make sense to put the Mexican flag there. Okay. Maybe it's best just to, maybe I should just work on shading that out. Okay, so maybe, okay, rather than focus on that, do I want to do a highlight on the sweater? Do I want to, let's take some white. Let's take some warm, cool yellow. Cool red. Yeah, my brain is starting to dissolve. Did I blow dry that? Let me just do that real quick. Okay, I think maybe that's good enough for that. We'll just keep it kind of subtle. I do need to work on the wings. So that requires mixing a color again. My brown. Warm red, warm blue. Alright, so this is the color of the feathers or my base color, my local color for the angel wings. Now this is the color. Let's put a bit of black in here. And you know what? Let's put a tiny bit of white in there too. You know what, let's... Okay, that's pretty good. Let's do the glaze next, or I'm gonna blow dry this. And you know what? I could kind of leave it like that, and be happy, actually. I kind of like the way that looks. It's maybe not as, quote, realistic as the rest of it. Is that an issue? I kind of like how that looks. I don't know if it's stylized, but the rest of the painting is very stylized. So maybe that's okay. Just leaving it like that. Okay, so I was planning on spending another like half hour, 45 minutes down there, but I don't know. Let's clean all these, or blow dry this painting again. Now, I think I do want to just see if I can bring this a bit more. Okay, let's mix a gray. Let's take our white and a little bit of black. Mix a gray here. let's do another blow dry. So now I'm just glazing with just pure black and glazing fluid. Edith says hello. Hello, Edith. Nice to see you there in the chat. Thanks for saying hello. Okay, let's keep on trucking here. Okay, let's blow dry that. So again, this is just pure black with glazing fluid that I'm now using to kind of do essentially finishing touches on all the fabric. Okay. Okay, let's put this ribbon around her waist here. So now I'm going to go around and clean up a few edges here. Right, I can just keep going and darkening and darkening and darkening. The more I do, the better it'll look. Okay, I think, as I said, I could continue doing this almost infinitely. So I think really what I want to do is just the finishing touches on the face at this point here. Okay, I mean, I could keep doing this infinitely, but I think probably it's time to move on. I'm going to blow dry that real quick. Oh, my eyes are definitely totally crossed. Okay, we're almost done this long journey here. The last thing I want to do is maybe just a little bit of work on the face, fix that up, and then I think I'm good to go. I mean, I could always work on this thing endlessly. I look at it and I say, like, oh, I could work on, it's like at some point, we're 10 hours into this episode. I want to try to think about wrapping it up. So let's work on the face here. Let's just take a look at these paintings side by side so we can compare where we're at this particular stage. All right, might more closely resemble this version there. Okay, so yeah, let's look at this face. Okay. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to clean these brushes. So the final step here is really just to work a little bit on the face and then call it a day. So far the face really I haven't really done much to it at all beyond, I did a little bit of these black lines, which goes all the way back to my underpainting about 8 hours ago. And so now I just want to put in maybe some shade, a little bit of rouge on her cheeks and lips, maybe a bit on her nose. Do I want to darken her hair? Her hair is obviously darker in the image. I don't mind this lighter brown though. And do a little bit of highlights, forehead, nose, chin, maybe a bit on her cheek here. Okay, where should I start? Well, it might be a good idea to remix a skin tone here. Do I have any paint that can be used? There we go. Here's my warm yellow. Warm red. All right, so I got an orange. And I'll put some warm blue in here. The more warm blue I put in here, the darker it's going to get. If I put too much in there, then it's going to go green. So it's kind of a bit of a balance of colors. Bit of glazing fluid in here. In fact, let's put a bit more. Okay. Let's blow dry this here. Okay. So I'm just going to blow dry that. Let's take this color. We're going to take a bit of white. Let's mix this over here. Take some white. Take some of this color we're painting with right now. Okay, that's good. Now let's put some glazing fluid in there. Okay, highlights. Here, let's put a bit on her forehead. You can see it's super subtle. Some down the bridge of her nose, maybe not. Let's take a bit more white. Okay, so blow dry that. Let's do that before I mess it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take a bit more white, mix it into this color. Maybe I'm going to blow dry this in case I make a mistake and then I want to erase it. So that white that I just put on the eyes is very bold and strong. I'm going to cover a bunch of that up. That's just kind of putting a bit of the white of her eyes in place. Let's get some warm red and glaze. Let's put get her cheeks in here. I'm gonna take just pure warm red, glazing fluid. So now I'm going to take my pure black again, and I'm just going to kind of tidy things up. Man, that's hard. My eyes are getting pretty crossed here. And that's, you know, fine detail. There's my pinky finger for scale. Some people are really, really good at doing fine detail like this. I wouldn't say I'm bad, but I'm certainly not the best. Obviously her hair is much darker in all of these images. In mine she looks kind of mournful, kind of sad. Kind of feel like that's the way she is in most artworks. I could be wrong. Okay. Now I just want to do little mini finishing touches. I don't want to outline everything, but I do want to just kind of clean up a few edges, make them a little bit sharper in places. the temptation to go around and completely outline everything is very strong. It's very hard to resist that urge, because black lines will do a marvelous job of kind of cleaning everything up and just making it look great, but it also gives it a bit of a cartoony kind of quality. And nothing against that. I mean, I'm literally making a graphic novel, a comic book right now, but you know, there's a time and a place for everything, right? Okay, I think let's blow dry. I'm just contemplating putting a tiny dab of white as a reflection in her eye. So I'm going to blow dry this. Whew, my eyes are okay. That is, talk about, that's less than a grain of salt or sand of a dot. Those little white dots, about as small of a mark as I can possibly make. That's just to give a little bit of reflection in her eyes and give her a little bit of life there. Otherwise those eyes can look kind of dead. So I think that's good. Let's wrap it up. Okay. Okay, closing in on almost 11 hours since I began. We are at the end. And as you'll see, there's still lots of details. I could spend hours more putting in here, but I think I am out of steam. I haven't eaten in 11 hours, so I think it's time to call it a day. Just before we take a look at these, just to encourage you to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. We're almost at 4 million views, and it would be great if we had a few more subscribers to show for those incredible numbers. I'm not complaining, but it would be nice. The more people we can reach, the more people we can teach how to make art. Of course, notification bell helps you know when I do these kind of spontaneous episodes. I'm not usually live streaming at this time, so if you want to support the channel with a couple dollars, $5 to help keep the lights on, I would be very, very grateful. I depend entirely on the support from people like yourself to maintain the equipment and buy the paint. You'll notice I've never foisted any junk on you, and I get about 2 or 3 emails every day, people wanting me to sell some kind of crap. So if you would like to keep this channel free of sponsorship, then please consider leaving a small donation. You can use the QR code there, the PayPal address. That's what the PayPal looks like. I also accept donations via email, e-transfer, a check in the mail. You can use the YouTube Super Chat while we're live. If you want to contact me via my email or mailing address, go to the Facebook group, which we'll talk about in a moment, or my website. Those links are below. Then you can go there. I know it takes an extra couple steps to do that, but it's just to help protect my privacy because I'm just inundated with garbage all the time. More than most people. I know everyone is, but being a little bit more public, I get a ton of this stuff. So anyway, Facebook group. Join the Facebook group. Take a photograph of whatever you've created today. Upload to the Facebook group. In a couple of days, this Sunday, we're going to go through everything that's on there, do a massive bonus free feedback episode. So whether it's today's painting or a painting you made a few months ago or a drawing you made recently, we did a couple of drawing episodes recently, or even the free drawing course I did here on YouTube 5 years ago. I still give people free feedback. That's what the group looks like. And I also write a little biography about each artist beforehand. So, drum roll, please. There's the original painting. Boom. And then there's my version there. Now, of course, there's again, a number of different versions of this painting or different ways that it's been photographed, documented. These could also be some of the other versions that appear in other churches around the world. So it's hard to say which one is the best or which one to work from. This might have been close. My painting, it feels kind of closer to how it might have looked the day that Juan Diego let those roses fall from his tilma, his cloak, onto the floor in front of the bishop, and this image glowed on the front of his cloak to the amazement of all present. So that's kind of what this, I kind of was looking at this last version, although this is more closely to what it looks like today, which, as we talked about, is kind of a miracle. Okay, so maybe let's just zoom in just a tiny bit more. So you can see kind of a little bit closer to what, just in terms of scale again. So there's that version again. I'll go through them all. Obviously, big changes I made were to not put the stars or constellations on her cloak. I also didn't put the pattern on her robe down here. I also made changes to the wings of the angel holding everything up at the bottom. You'll also notice that I unified the outer edges of this halo that's radiating from around her there, as opposed to kind of the bit more haphazard one of the original. I'm just a little bit, I don't know, OCD or something. I've wanted a bit more of a unified image. But again, just for those of you who are wondering, right, so there's the template that I used for today's episode. I did do another one that has the original there. So if you wanted to use the original and have a little bit more nuanced version of that outline, that's also available to you. Anyway, okay. How about let's zoom in. Let's go all the way in. Let's start down there at the bottom. And we'll just work our way up one by one. So there's the original. Let's just, again, we'll cycle through a few of these so you can see the different versions and the colors there. Oops. I mean, you can see here quite prominently all of these details, this patterning, flower patterns on her clothes. You can start to see those stars appearing. It wouldn't be too much to do little yellow dots, but doing little stars on there would be too much. Again, let's just go back to the original. Oops. So you can see, obviously, I've made quite radical changes in terms of the color to significantly brighten it up closer to the original. Once again, I mentioned there is this kind of blue, white, and red pattern in the angel wings. You see in different images here. Once again, I decided to not color those wings, mostly because I personally feel it kind of obscures the fact that it's an angel down there. By keeping these kind of more just plain feathers, I feel like it's maybe a little bit easier to perceive that that's an angel. But you tell me what you think. Right, that kind of almost looks like the American flag colors or Russian flag colors, French flag colors. I contemplated painting it green, white, and red in like the colors of the Mexican flag, which would make sense since this artwork resides in the Basilica of Guadalupe in Mexico City, and that's where this whole story began. But I don't know, I felt like, you know, it's probably good enough, it's okay like that, so I'm just going to move on from that. Oops. So let's scroll up here a bit and look at so we can see everything on the screen at the same time here. I'm pleased at the way that the the folds on the fabric look. I think that's kind of quite convincing. And if we were to scroll back earlier in the video, before that was done, I think it kind of looked cool when it was very flat. But, you know, it's just something also to be said about adding some of the shading on there is kind of satisfying, right? Let's scroll up here to the praying hands. Again, you know, there's I had the original is life size. Those hands are literally life size in the original, right? So you could see, considering the size of my hand, the scale of what I've done, I'm actually pretty pleased with what I was able to get away with here. One thing to note, if we're looking at the original here, you'll notice there's this line that goes vertically straight down the middle of the painting. That's actually the seam in the original tilma, the cloak that Juan Diego was wearing. I did contemplate before today's episode, you know, maybe I'm gonna build some texture up there and put it there so it's just like the original. And I was like, that's crazy. I think it's fine like that. Yeah, again, now we can really see, you know, those little stars would have looked really cool, but that's just so much extra work beyond where we're at right now. And then we'll go up to the top here. Yeah, I like that, how that turned out. It's hard to say on camera. Again, remember how small this is, and right now when we're looking at it like that, it looks kind of streaky, and you know, some of these details in the hair and the face. But when this is on the wall, most people are never going to see it as close as I'm looking at it right now, or you're looking at it on screen. Most people are going to look at it from farther away, and it's going to look a little bit more seamless than it does right now. Let's just take a look at these other images, just versions. You could see different kind of color schemes. You could see mine is maybe closest to that one. In terms of just the color of her robe and clothing. However, I think maybe in terms of her skin tone, I tried to kind of get a little bit closer to this. I wanted something that's a little bit of a darker skin tone, because one of the things that makes this painting special is that it's not a Caucasian woman that's depicted. It's an indigenous woman with darker skin. And so I wanted to honor that part of the painting there. I maybe could have gone even a little bit darker, 10% darker, but I think that's fine. You'll also notice her hair could be darker, or is darker technically in the original. We'll also notice that there's some kind of something on her collar here that I have not included. We'll also notice that the expression on my painting of Guadalupe, she appears kind of sad, mournful. There's a bit of kind of like that 1,000-mile stare that in the originals she looks kind of at peace, I would say. All right. Now we can explain that in all sorts of different ways. One thing is, she's here pregnant with the baby Jesus in her stomach, and I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it in terms of the Bible. How well aware is she aware that her son, her Immaculate Conception, is going to die on the cross? I cannot remember. Obviously, God is aware that he's about to sacrifice, bring a child into the world and sacrifice it, ultimately. But I'm not sure. Is Mary that well aware? I'd have to look at it. Anyway, let's just assume that Mary has this foresight of the future. There's some fly flying around. Okay. So, I think we're there. I am totally burnt out. I am very happy, however, with the way this turned out. And I probably could have made this painting in about half the time. A lot of the time that I spent on this painting was kind of trying to figure out how I wanted to go about it. And now that I've got a much clearer idea, I'd be able to do it much faster. It's sort of like solving a math problem. Sometimes, solving the problems would take so long, and then once you know it, you could do it in 30 seconds, right? Not that I plan on repainting this painting anytime soon, but I do feel a lot more confident. And my hope is now that you've seen how I did it, you might be able to skip a few steps rather than hearing me contemplate what color. I think probably spent 10-15 minutes trying to think about what color I want to do for her robe there. Okay, I gotta sign off, say goodnight. Thank you everyone for painting along with me, for keeping me company all of these nearly 11 hours. Remember that every time you're looking at art, thinking about art, making art, you're helping to bring positive energy into your life, into your family's life, your local community, into your city and region and country and world. Imagine if everybody spent just a small portion of every day being creative and thinking about how they could be productive. They could express themselves positively. How much more peaceful our world would be, as opposed to the majority of the world seems to be obsessed with negativity and anger, and ultimately that leads to destruction and despair and sends the world in a much more negative trajectory. So I appreciate, if you're listening to me right now, you are helping to make the world a better place. And I've got a 6-year-old daughter that I worry about all the time. And if you can help me make this world a better place for her and everyone in the next generation and beyond, then people will be able to continue to enjoy this work that's in Mexico City for generations and generations to come. Right? So thank you so much. We'll see you on Sunday for a free bonus feedback episode. Until then, have yourself a wonderful evening or morning, afternoon, wherever you are on our beautiful planet. Know that you're loved and appreciated. Merry Christmas to everyone. Happy New Year if I don't see you on Sunday. Waffles McFluffy. Thumbs up to you too. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you again very soon. Bye-bye.